Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like it's 7 Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Krumah, and we're joined with the other host, Lady Che.
Yes. Hi. Hey, Black Jelly.
And on tonight's season 4, episode 5, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several things. The first thing that we will be discussing is the NFL draft. And what that was looking like in regards to all these black athletes having a white woman on their arm or sitting on the couch with them. So we're gonna dive into the divestment movement a little bit via our boy Chris Crazy House, Mad Black TV. Then, we got pull it up. So we got the NFL draft has black men talking and acting like divestors. Then we got Amanda Seales now aiming allegations at Shannon Sharp. Then we got Monique versus Oprah feud escalates after stand-up show. As y'all know, she's on a tour with Cat Williams. Then we got Hillary Clinton's email show officials denied Haitians control over their own money. Then we got campus anti-Semitism bill. It's crazed DEI power grab. That's what this damn mug from the damn Hill, Robbie, said. Then we got North Carolina shooting spotlight race and media narratives in crisis. Then we got first U.S. bank to fail in 2024. Philadelphia's Republic First Bank closed by regulators. And if we have time, black woman protester facing Lizzo / racist taunts at the University of Mississippi. And outrageous pastor Shane Vaughn goes off on Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So we're going to hop right into it. Shout out to the viewers. Make sure y'all like and subscribe if you striking us on Frontline Black News on the YouTube channel. So we're streaming on the RBA tonight and my personal YouTube page. Let's see what this is. This one. Black boy, yeah. Here we are. Alright, so our boy Chris Crazy House gonna get us started with the NFL draft has black men talking and acting like divestors.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet, and I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So I'm warning you outright that I'm going to be doing a lot of videos this week that focus on white females, and a lot of those videos will probably take a negative tone to them. So if you're one of those black males who is obsessed with white females, you might not want to tune in for the next couple of days. And if while I'm doing those videos, if you decide to leave a comment that says, when are you going to do a video about black women or whatever, if you decide to do that, I'm just going to block you and you won't be allowed on this channel anymore. Because in the time that I even do this one video, there have been at least 20 or 30 Negroes who have done a negative video about black women. And this includes both black men and black women doing negative videos about black women. Then there's probably a few white people who have also done negative videos about black women. You don't need me to do that, okay? Now, if you can't take me talking about your Beckys and your Karens, then you don't need to be on this channel, right? So, that being said, let me move forward. So,
You definitely don't need
the NFL draft just went by not too long ago. And, there a lot of images have come up from the NFL draft. And it's always interesting to me, the imagery that comes up with the NFL draft is always reminds me very much of something you would see during slavery. But the more popular image that has showcased itself these days
No,
for
that's
the
Rob.
NFL draft is the black male
Chef Rob.
who is getting drafted into the NFL
Greetings,
and
Chef
his
Rob.
white
Thank you for
girlfriend,
joining us.
right? So those types of images have been going around for a lot of the NFL draftees very recently, and that's pretty deliberate, because white society and the media likes to focus on that, and basically those are the Negroes who have been tested and who have been vetted, and they're the ones who are going to be let into the NFL, and I'll explain more of that as we go on. So, as far as those images go, is the reaction that I've seen from a lot of black people on social media that has kind of pissed me off and got me to even do this video in and of itself. And, there are some black women out there who I guess have a problem with that video or with those images saying, why are all these black men, why are they with white women or whatever. To be totally honest, I don't really pay them too much attention, because a lot of them just complain just to be complaining. Some of them have a valid reasoning, and only a few of them have even tried to give any type of real social commentary on it, right? That's why I don't really focus on that as much, because I know that if this was a video of a bunch of white boys with black girlfriends, they'd be praising it and clapping their hands and saying yes and everything else, praising these white men for being with black women, right? So I know their hypocrisy exists. So you don't have to come to me and talk about that. However, I do not think that it is right for black males to basically be trying to live vicariously through these NFL draftees, because I've seen a lot of black males either praising these NFL draftees and praising them for having white women, or trying to perpetuate the narrative that somehow these black men are with women who have loved them from the start, and they're just reaping the rewards of this black man's success. That's utter nonsense and complete bullshit.
Right.
Okay, and we all know this, but I guess this is an immature way for black males to kind of play tit for tat when it comes to the whole divestment argument and this whole extremely childish gender war that exists on social media, right? Because, when a black woman gets with a white man, all she wants to talk about is how successful and how great this white man is. Doesn't matter what type of lower life form he is or what type of dirtbag he is. She's always going to praise him and put him on a pedestal, right? Likewise, you have a lot of black males who do the same thing with white women. Doesn't matter if she's basic bargain bin Becky. Doesn't matter if she looks, she's large as a whale. Doesn't matter if, nasty and flappy and looks like a box of chewed up bubble gum.
Discriminate against black women.
Pedestal, right?
Oh, he's talking about white women.
I noticed that whole back and forth that goes on online between black males and black females, and once again, it's extremely childish, and it makes us look like a bunch of moronic slaves. And when you have a black male praising white women or praising a black man getting with a white woman, it's bad optics, and it sets a bad example for the youth out there. All right, because the truth of the matter is, when you see those images of these NFL draftees with these white women, what you're actually seeing is programmed behavior. Okay, so I did a response on my Facebook to black males who were saying that, when these these black men were getting with these white women, that they were saying that black men were finally waking up. Black men were finally changing things and doing something different. The truth of the matter is, when you see these black men with these white women, they're not waking up. They're proving that they're still asleep.
Yep.
And this is nothing new. Okay? Stop acting as if this is something new, because, black female divestors do this all the time anytime they see a black woman with a white man. they make it seem like this is a new day. It's a new age, and everything is changing for the better for black women because they're getting with white men. Now I see a lot of black men repeating the same type of language, but they switch the genders. So now they make it seem as if black men are doing something different because they're getting with white women. Now we all know that there's nothing new about a black man getting with white women. Okay, it happened during slavery. It happened post-slavery.
Yep.
And it's definitely been going on, especially within the realm of black male celebrities for the longest time.
Yep.
Even during the early 1900s, where they were literally lynching black men. People like Jack Johnson was out there hanging out and marrying and cavorting and having sex with white prostitutes. Now, I'm not trying to be derogatory towards those white women. They actually were prostitutes because that's the types of people he liked to hang around, right? He liked to hang around with white hoes, right? So literally this black man who every time he won a boxing match would cause white males to go out there and lynch other black men.
Yep.
He's out there hanging out with white females and saying a lot of the dumb nonsense that Negroes say nowadays. As he would always say, like, things have changed. We don't live in slavery anymore. I'm not a sharecropper. Race relations have changed. He was saying it all the way back then, early 1900s. This is why I pay a lot of you dumb Negroes who say things have changed no mind whatsoever. Okay, because things have not changed at all. So, Jack Johnson was doing that stuff back then. A lot of the famous black celebrities all through that time, going all the way up till now, have been with either married to or messed with or had children with white women. Nothing new. Same thing with the black athletes. We just had the King Coon himself, O.J. Simpson, passed away. He was known for messing around with white women, right? Even all the way up until his death. Didn't matter that, they all turned their backs on him. Didn't matter where they said he was like the most dangerous black man of all time. Still had him a gang of white women around him. He probably had white women around his deathbed, probably. So, he might have been buried with some white women, like an Egyptian pharaoh. He took his white women with him to the afterlife. Who knows, right? But yeah, these people, you'll have some very ignorant black males get online and say nonsense as if things are changing because these NFL draftees got them some Beckys. Nothing's changed at all. And as a matter of fact, the truth of the matter is when a lot of these black males leave high school. Well, let me start from the beginning. A lot of these black males start getting the attention of these universities while they're in high school. Okay, they start eyeballing these black men. And when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about this from what I know, not from just some shit I'm making up. Okay, because I have family members. I'm not going to mention their names, but they, I have family members who play professional and college level football. Okay, so I'm telling you what I know. I'm not telling you something that I'm just making up out of the blue. All right, and plus this stuff is known within that circle, and it's been known throughout the mainstream media as well. So when these young black men are playing in high school and they get the attention of these universities, what these universities look for are black males. They look for the good physical prowess, but they also look for a certain mindset. So they look for a black male who doesn't have good grades, and they also look for a black male who it helps if the black male doesn't have a father, if he's just raised by a single black mother. They prefer that. They prefer if he doesn't have his father involved in his life, because that way the white coach can be his daddy, right? And that's what they prefer. And when they start bringing these young black men to these college campuses, what they do is they'll get someone to give them a tour of the campus, and usually that's a white female, okay? And they know that a lot of these black men, they might come from a black neighborhood or a black school. They've been mostly around nothing but black women. they've only seen white women on TV or music videos or whatever, right? And they've been taught by the society at large that white women are the cleanest, best thing in the world. So their mind is already geared towards putting white women on a pedestal. And it even helps in the fact that if the black man is raised religiously by his black mother to worship white Jesus, he already has white people on a pedestal in his mind. So they set him up with this white girl to give him a tour of the school, and if they're really desperate to get him to go to the school and to sign on, she might give him a tour of her drawers as well, or whatever or no drawers. She might not have no drawers on at all. They prostitute these white females to these black boys to get them to sign on to these universities. This is well known. Not just football, but basketball as well. Some of these other sports, they do the same thing, right? So, they'll get these black boys to sign on to their college, and all through college, they'll just keep throwing more and more white women at these boys. Even like some of the alumni will set up dates for these young men to be with a white female. Like I said, that they prefer. That's why they prefer that you be raised by a single black mother and not have a father around you who's taught you to be wary of these females out here. They want to kind of gear your mind and teach you and mold you as to what type of black man that they want you to be. They make sure that you're not ever involved in any type of revolutionary activity on the college campus. You'll never be involved with other black people or black student unions or whatever. And if they do, they'll, it's controlled. Right? So by the time this boy is graduating and he's being looked at by the NFL, they've already groomed him to be a good little Negro for the NFL, tailor-made for the NFL. That's why you see so many of these black males with their white females during the draft. Okay, these are the white female prostitutes on campus who have outlasted the other ones and have locked down this black boy, so she can get her paycheck in the end. When she has some kids by him or has a family with him or marries him. So if he ever does get divorced or cheats on her or whatever, he breaks her off some of that income later on. But also that white woman is there as a check to make sure that this black man is never truly involved or never really helps his people. That's why a lot of these Negroes, when you see them in both the NFL or the NBA, a lot of them are not too bright. A lot of them are not too politically minded. A lot of them don't even know what the hell is going on politically unless it's their alumni paymasters or their coaches or whoever is the head or their sports agents or even their wives. They're the ones feeding these Negroes as to what their politics should be. Right? This is why you hear a lot of these athletes make a lot of ignorant comments about, there's a riot with black people or a black person is murdered by the police. That's why they say a lot of that dumb shit, is because they've already been geared towards that. They've been groomed towards that. They've left their family and everyone else behind. Yeah, they might buy their mama a new house or whatever, but, their lifestyle and their mindset and their mentality as far as what they think about the black community has completely been warped and changed into what white society wants. This is why the strongest amongst us, all these, these big brute buck Negroes, they're all very strong, very fast, but they're all very dull-witted. They don't think. They have no mind for politics, and their money is being controlled by white folks, whether it be his white wife or just his white agent or whoever. And that's why a lot of these Negroes go broke and you never hear of them ever again.
Exactly.
But the ones that do stay are completely controlled by this society. They will never fight for black people. Ever.
Oh, they're still going to arrest the brother.
Their whole world is white now. They're part of white society. That's why I said to people like OJ, that's their Negro. And they can decide what to do.
White wife, and they took him to jail.
Excuse me. they can decide what to do with him, whether they want to keep him around or kick him to the curb when they feel like it. So
Not
when I see black men out
most
here,
recent example I can think of.
fawning and once again living vicariously through these NFL draftees with these white females,
Exactly.
it sickens me,
Home.
it disturbs me,
Matt.
and it disappoints me because a black male, as powerful as we are,
Right.
we need to be thinking better than this.
Right.
You need to think higher than this.
Right.
Stop thinking with your penis
Mhm.
and stop thinking that you're accomplishing something great because you're with a white female.
Mhm.
That means nothing
Right.
in this society. And all the Negroes who have had their lives destroyed who have a white female should have taught you that. But based on what I've seen from the comments and the postings and the cheering, the dick cheerleading from a lot of these Negroes about these NFL draftees, I've seen that a lot of you have learned absolutely nothing at all from the legacy of what's going on in this country and the relationship between blacks and whites, especially when it comes to black men and white women. So you folks let me know how you feel about it in the comments section. I'd very much like to hear your opinions on this subject. Anyway, this is Mad Blacc, and I will be back with my foot on a
We're no
devil's
longer in
back.
the age of believing, we're in the age of knowing. All right, let me get your thoughts. Chef Rob, are you still with us? You're on mute if you are. All right, he must be busy. All right, Lady Trey, what are your thoughts on the NFL draft and the divesting?
Go back home, brothers. There's plenty of eligible sisters and melanated sisters, really melanated sisters. That are really, really pretty, probably really smart. That you could probably be entertained with, more entertained, and you really probably shouldn't have to worry about going to jail if you keep your motherfucking hands to yourself and you don't do nothing disrespectful. That goes for her too,
Mm-hmm.
Black love is a possibility.
Man,
it is. So
he ain't learned nothing. You would think his dad would have set the example for him that he needs to have a sister on his arm.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I agree wholeheartedly that and the black man, black woman, black child thought process. So I'm saying go back home, brothers, and stay away from the motherfucking blue-eyed devils unless you want to go to prison or wind up dead
everything you got.
It's not a flex. It's not a flex. Not really gaining anything from it. I mean, you gotta think these broads really don't enhance your life in any way. You're still doing all the work, and I don't know what the benefit is for you. I mean, I would, if it was me and I was a brother, I would rather have me a sister that thought like me, that I could build with, and that I could feel confident that it's not going to drive me crazy and be calling me out my race.
Exactly.
Like, calling me out my race for real, and disrespecting me or pushing on me or calling me a bitch and emasculating me or calling the
you
laws.
seen with Patrick Olawale.
Calling the laws on me. Putting me in situations where the laws get called on.
I know that's the worst part about it, Mungo Slide. He said these guys are groomed in high school, and then Max said the parents allow it too. Yeah, they selling their kids.
So
they pimping out their kids.
I think that at a certain level, though, when you get to a certain age, you can't really blame it on them. And once you get past 21, you're probably your own man by then. I mean, surely you can start to look at ladies yourself and pick a pretty attractive fucking sister that meets your your standards. Whether
but what he's saying is it starts before they're 21.
You gotta break free of that
this
shit, man.
starts when you're in high school, and they start scouting you for the pros.
That's like saying that you're gonna go ahead and just stay on that mental fucking plantation. You can't get off.
Well, it's a choice.
Right. At 21, you should be able to make that choice, right?
You should. At 15, you should be able to make that
Yeah,
choice.
no, you're old enough as a man to make your choice. Like you leave your mama's house and you in charge of your own education at that point, and whether you go do sports or whatever in college, you're in charge. You're by
Yeah,
yourself.
but he's saying it starts before college. He's saying that they start doing this stuff back in high school. I've even heard
Well,
middle school.
with that being like that,
They start scouting them.
oh man, yeah, I mean, somehow you'd have to look at the parents and be like, well, if they ain't dating, if they ain't divested from the race,
Yeah,
why should
I'm not
you?
getting.
And just because you
No,
got a scholarship, does that mean you must divest? Because the thought is you're gonna achieve some greatness.
they don't want to ruffle no feathers.
It don't matter.
They
Like
too busy trying to go along and get along.
I think that they use the fact that wherever we come from, if it's
And
bad,
exactly,
are you gonna talk to me or am I gonna be
I'm
talking?
talking to you and
Alright,
the
so
people in the
talk.
chat. Like,
So like what I'm saying is that um you got a choice at some point to get off your own plantation. I mean, you got to be able to make your own choices. Surely these brides that they're picking are not going to be. They can't all be your type. They can't all be your type in the mind. You know what I mean? As well as anything else. I mean, you can't like. There's sometimes I think about the brothers. I mean, they like what they like. And I don't know where that comes from.
let me get to the comments.
Go ahead, man. I don't care.
The brainwashing starts in high school.
I don't know why you asked me anything.
They,
Yep.
they,
I
they,
just concur.
they go after
I
the
concur.
kids from single
I
parent
just say
households.
stay black all the way. Stay black. That's it. Just stay black. Go black. Stay black. Have black babies. Stay
Yeah,
have black wife.
Yes, that's what
Black
we
boyfriend.
that's what
Whatever
we
the fuck you're
promote.
doing. Just
Yes,
stay black. Goddammit.
yes, that's what we promote.
That's what I'm saying.
The
Like,
whole,
why'd you ask me that?
but what he's saying is they're not getting that in the household.
That's on them. When they gonna run off their own plantation?
It's a choice, cuz
You don't live at your house when you go to college.
some people do,
Well, these ones might not.
but you don't know
I
that.
don't you either. Why you don't know that either?
Yes, I do because I was actually in college. I actually went to school, cuz
Okay, cause whatever.
I went to school with
Did you
people
go
that
to school
actually
for
got.
sports? You do sports?
I knew people that did, and they got scouted.
Did you do
No,
it,
I
though?
went for my
Did
for
you
my
do it? That's the whole
intellect,
point.
cuz
So when they try to push bitches on you, cuz
yes, they were
criminal
still trying.
justice,
Yes, they
for real,
were.
cuz
Yes.
stop the cap.
You never been to college, so you don't know how it go
Oh
down.
my god.
Either way, but yeah, they're
Next topic.
definitely trying to do that, especially
Why'd
if
you
you're
do
in
that?
sports. They definitely want to do that. Like they literally have like a whole flock of brides that they throw at you. I had an uncle who was in the NFL named Wade Manning. He used to play for the Denver Broncos, and like literally, yeah, they throw them white women at you. And like Max said, they look for the weakest minded Negroes with athletic or musical abilities. Yep.
There you go. There you have it. There you have it.
The only way to access a white girl in private schools and white colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have a whole
They barely have them in community college.
stable of the mugs for them.
Right.
It's all just the same whole thing. All
So
around
it's
through.
all good, 'cause,
They
so what,
recycle
man? I
them.
just don't understand, man. It gets
Every draft
it's all about
class.
the mindset. If you're strong enough to, resist that motherfucking propaganda and you've been taught better.
Right.
And I guess you'd be able to resist it, but you can't resist it. Fuck it, I guess you can't. It's like you can't get off your own motherfucking mental plantation. Fine, cool, it's whatever.
But
That
then
ain't on us. That ain't on me.
no, that's
You
not.
them motherfuckers want to choose up with the motherfucking hands up. White girl, they try so hard. They try so hard. That's where it go. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want no fucking
Mongo.
rhythmic.
Slay says I've been in silos at college games. They have the recruits matched with white girls. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've
You
seen
can't
it.
avoid it. You can't avoid it.
I've seen it.
I don't know what else to say about it. It's like, what are you doing?
It's all part of the college package.
Can't do it. Yeah, it's all part of it. Signed up for that. That's what you want to do. And I don't know what to say. It's like I don't know what to say. I try to resist and stay black. I follow the brother. I try to resist.
All right.
Like, please, what is this magical whiteness that drags y'all over there?
Because they think they gotta have the white seal of approval for every damn
What's the
thing.
magic behind it? Because
The
I mean,
magic
history
behind it
says
is
that she gets
they
you killed or
think the
put up
way
in jail.
the way to the pros
Brother,
to do
even
with
before
these,
the pros, history says
but
you
they
motherfuckers
don't
lynched you
have that
because
history.
they don't know how to
Jesus,
read. Nobody
they're
goes to
taking
school.
that history out the books, cause that's why it's
Are you
such a
serious? Cause
fervor behind this goddamn CRT
are you
shit.
serious? Like
Yes, they're
everybody
taking
knows
that.
that, dude.
Now,
So
everybody
okay,
does not know
so
that.
not at
I
all.
wish
No,
they
not
did.
at all. No motherfucker's family that ever say stay away from these motherfucking
They
devils
probably did, and
because you could wind up lynched
they
or
didn't
hung
listen.
somewhere or burned or
Either
your
they
shit
didn't
cut
listen
off
or
or
they weren't
whatever.
taught.
God, man, that's that shit. I feel bad for them. They didn't have that kind of that minimal fucking.
You gotta think these kids
teaching.
that are just got drafted is in their early 20s.
They don't have any family that's black.
Yeah,
It says stay away from fucking white people.
they
That's like
probably
number
do.
one.
But maybe their family's a bunch of coons. We don't know.
Even with man, come on. Okay. That's probably that's that excusable shit.
And
probably
maybe
goes
the
on out
parents are pimping out their
there.
kids.
Maybe they just have too many excuses and they just can't resist. How about that?
That too, and maybe their
They just
parents are
think it's
pimping them
magical.
out.
I don't know. White people are magical.
Yep,
I
Tiger
don't
Woods loves
see the
him some snow
motherfucking magic
bunnies.
behind the fucking
And you see he got a rude
devilish, shit.
awakening.
I've never seen it. Couldn't fucking fathom it. And don't believe
Exactly.
anything they fucking say. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't relate. I don't know.
No, exactly. So he says the kids are
Why you
recruited
put me on the
to
topic?
play.
You wanted to do that?
That was the topic. I
So
just
move
asked
on with
thoughts. And people are giving their thoughts.
That's a thought process. I don't know, man.
Kids are
White
recruited.
people are fucking magical, and I just want to follow everything.
White kids are. Kids are recruited to play sports by white coaches at 10 years old. Yes, they start scouting them very, very young. Pee Wee League. They start scouting for them.
If I was a man, I would resist it. Because if I don't like them now, I never liked them now. I never liked them when I was small. I probably wouldn't like them as a man either.
That temptation is a mug, and these mugs, they're not. They're not. That's why he said you got to stop. Well, if you listen to what Mad Black TV said, stop thinking with your penis, stop thinking with your dick, and actually think with the head above your shoulders.
You still sit there?
No, because a lot of them aren't thinking with their head on their shoulder.
So they just automatically fucking no talking.
Yeah.
White bitches out on. They're literally got.
Because it's not even a real thing. Everybody has to talk to somebody before they just lay down and fuck them. Even you talk to prostitutes before you fuck them. I mean, it's the same shit. So you mean once you talk to them, you find them into fucking stimulating to raise the fucking pipe. As long as
not even intellectually.
You just
they're just sexually attracted to them.
Brain that they got on their mind.
They want to sow their oats.
You gotta talk to that. Well, you know, just end the cap right there. There's some level of conversation, whether it be 10 minutes or fucking 8 hours, or 2 days or fucking 3 months. There's some motherfucking magical motherfucking mischief that happens between a brother and a wife that is fucking magical. That seems to be dragging out all the time. It really is. It really happens all the time. So it's like, what is the motherfucking magic? But you know, and why do you do it? Because it obviously upsets your counter partner, which is black. So why do it? That means, you know, when black women see black men with white people, they don't want them after that.
That's exactly. This is exactly why, Lady Che, because white men is the black boys' daddies. They want to be the daddy, so they're gonna tell them you need to marry a white chick. That's just what they're promoting. That's what they promote in the league. Is that type of shit. So you can say all day, you know, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? That's why. They're literally being fed this shit.
You might
I mean, I'm not making no excuse for it, but that's the reason why they do it.
You might not stay with
a
white woman your whole life, dude. You might fucking do that shit when you're young, but someday you're gonna grow into a regular man, and you're gonna feel me? And you're gonna spend the rest of your life with that lady. She might always be thinking back like, this motherfucker was dating white bitches. And he could always go back.
That's what it's always talking about college and how fun college was and their adventures in college. Yep, they get the kids.
It's a trap.
that don't have fathers. That's exactly who
But
they
that means
go
they don't have
for.
nobody. There's no fucking intelligent black man nowhere in anybody's life that could say no.
Oh
Or
my
you just got
god,
signed up
man,
for
he's
this stupid
stupid.
shit.
I love the movie White Chicks. That shit was stupid.
There's men in dresses.
Hang on.
Men in dresses. With in white face. Men in dresses. Well, okay. I don't know
All
what to
right,
say.
Chef
They're
Rob, what do you have to
magical,
contribute to the conversation? What are
like
your thoughts on
unicorns.
it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can
sir.
hear you.
Oops. I was making noise in the back.
Oh,
I'm,
okay.
I don't know, man. I listened to. No, I didn't listen to. I didn't hear the whole thing. But my thing is mostly. I'm trying to go here and organize something, so I just say fuck them dudes because them dudes are gone already.
Right.
They ain't groomed to go here and deal with black power. They groomed to go here and protect white power.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you can't really fuck with them. I mean, you can go here and put it out there, let people know and be aware, but you got to start just like they, like those coaches or the scouts, whatever, recruiting these kids. I saw like at 10 years old. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true because my brother, his grandson is pretty good, and he's
Okay.
playing football. And then we notice we see a whole lot of white boys showing up, and they watching and taking videos and shit.
Yep.
So it's we got to go ahead and basically, like I keep saying, this revolution ain't never stopped. So in order to keep this revolution going, we got to go ahead and attract the youth to
Yep.
keep it going. We can't be dealing with these fuckers who go ahead and think that broad is good. I mean, I don't want to seem like a hypocrite. I ain't gonna lie. I've had a few white women in my life, Asians, I've been already halfway around the planet. So, I didn't been around them, but
Yeah, you was in the military, right?
yeah. So, my current wife is she's a black Colombian. I mean, she look almost like he's East Indian, but real dark skin.
Yeah.
And once I started coming into my current mindset, I was like, no, I can't do that no more.
Oh man, let's see. He said my young
Yeah,
black
you're
neighbor
right,
married a
Chef,
white
about
chick.
this.
He's
Because
a
I don't
high
want I
school
want to seem like
baseball
a hypocrite either,
coach.
I like what I like. My type usually varies around the same. And now that I think about it, I don't talk about it out loud. My physical type is usually they look like Jesse. Okay, but I've had in my lifetime um maybe three maybe three white relationships, and they've all ended with me going to jail. And you know, they ended with me going to jail, and we're trying to put me under the jail. You know, or really in a ugly place like with abusive situations like burning me with cigarettes or calling me the N word in front of my daughter, stuff like that. There's always something really ugly. And yeah, I can't say that, yeah, because what I'm attracted to is just what I've
Right.
always been attracted
Thank
to.
you, Mongo Slide. I
So
advise him to do the same thing.
yeah, exactly. I would say the same thing. So exactly the same thing that's I'm just like say. I'm saying the same thing. I think that in my personal life, yeah, I've had I've had three little relationships. It always ended very, 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 very badly, and I don't even know why I did it because I don't have a like for Caucasians anyway. Period. I never really have. So I don't really understand how I even got into those little stupid ass situations. However, I don't want to be. I have to look at that when I did it.
Yeah, you don't want to be a hypocrite.
I didn't want to be. Yeah, you're right. I didn't want to do that. But I also this is what I full heartedly agree that I think about is that the black man, black woman, black feet. Period. Um, and I like the shade deflect the message. I really truly believe in my heart that black love exists and it's between a black man and black woman. Um, even if I'm multiracial, biracial, whatever the fuck, I don't say those words anymore. They're not my language, right? But as even as light as I am, I still believe
Yeah,
that
she likes
wholeheartedly.
dark men, melanated men.
Well, yeah,
Oh no!
just that that's always been what I've been with, that I was attracted to um when I was small, not small. I'm 44, so when I was like heading into my
Teenager.
late teen years, yeah, I started to look at boys, men, boys. I was like 16 years old, and that's where my eyes went. I went to that. They look like Jesse. You know what I mean? Like seriously. And I had pretty good relationships that lasted a very long time. And I didn't realize it was a type until um me and my brother talking about it. Well, me and Jesse have been together. I didn't realize that I had a type or whatever. I just thought I was like, huh, with this very small few relationships I had. These were the ones that were just like that. My first relationship, the young
Okay,
girl
Margo,
looked like
appreciate you
Jesse.
tapping in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
Good
check
night.
us out tomorrow, brother. We're gonna go live again tomorrow.
Thanks for stopping in.
One salute.
One salute. Yeah, and I was like, that's what I prefer. But I had had a couple of relationships that were white. And it ended badly for me. I like any other black person that dates white people, it usually ends badly for us. Um, they don't get it. They don't understand us, and it doesn't matter how light or dark they are. If they can say fuck, they call us out our race, creed, and think they're not gonna have any repercussions for it, they will do so.
Oh yeah,
And then they can't be checked, and they
and
can't
they'll
be checked.
weaponize their whiteness with the quickness.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. When I went to jail that last time, it was like,
Wow.
look at you, look at you.
Yeah, and that's why
I'm
Nelly Fuller.
educated.
That's why
This,
sex is one of the 9 areas of human activity of which white supremacy controls. It says you get out that bed.
They say that when they say something like "look at me, look at you," I'm educated. I have a good job. I'm college educated. Woo. I'm employed. Blah 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 blah. And you are a gang member, regular / degenerate. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, damn. When you put it like that, of course I look guilty. Even though I'm not guilty of anything wrong, but they'll sell that to court.
Oh, you stupid man.
White tears fucking matter.
No, that white is bad for you.
Anything
Anything white is bad for you.
shouldn't fuck with it. It's just gonna end bad from my perspective. Every time white people look at me, that's bad. I should have never did it in the first place. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking about at that time. But that has happened. It's been a long time since I've been with a white motherfucker.
Same here. I only been with one, and that was the worst experience of my life. Never want to go back to that ever again.
Why not?
I'll play with it. I'll play with it. Yeah, I would feel the same way.
That shit is
I'll probably
horrible.
say the same shit later.
And Rich, I end up at the clinic. That's about it.
Oh.
Much of that.
Mm.
See,
That,
see, Black family. See why you don't. Prime example.
But I've been burned by sisters too.
Yeah, Jesse, God, Jesus Christ.
yeah.
Not me, man. I'm cool. I value my temple.
Just shit happens. That's all.
Temple, yeah. And I don't know what. I can't really say some really ratchet shit going on in the world that you can't I guess. Who knows? This is what I'm talking about in the world. Just stay black, goddammit, okay? Just please try to stay black. Try to find somebody that's kind and caring and got everything you need in a person. Just stay black. If you can find that in a black mate, please do that. Have some babies if you can afford them to have them. You know what I mean? That's all I gotta say. Like we need to repopulate, and we need to have our little beautiful little star seeds out there.
That's right.
Better than that, I don't. Please don't go with the devil. Please, they don't matter. It don't matter how long it takes. They don't call you at your race, and everything's a fucking weapon. So
they're gonna call you everything but a child of God.
Everything but that. You can't take them nowhere. So just stay away from it if you can avoid it, please.
Yep,
just stay
exactly,
black.
Mac. The black
Stay
of the berry,
black.
the sweet of the juice. Pop tried to tell us.
You just gotta find somebody that's got the same like-minded interest that you could conversate with. That you can do nice things with. You're not gonna be all fucking agitated and
That can actually relate to you.
pissed off and shit all the time and just
Why does this kept
upset all the time.
white partner cannot relate to you?
That's really true. Like it really just like you can't have white therapy.
Exactly. They can't relate to you. They can't relate to what you're going through on a
They'll
daily
never
basis
get it.
as a black person in this country or
They'll
in
never
this
get
world.
it. And don't believe the hype because they say they're not racist, but they are. Somewhere they are. And it's just a matter of how angry you can get that situation because they don't just do it. They try to do it as a like out of anger, and
Yeah.
then out of anger it comes easier.
But you don't get that
Oh,
until you actually live with them usually. I mean, unless they're just blatantly racist.
Yeah, that's not true too.
Or you meet their parents or some crazy
Parents,
shit.
yeah, the parents. That's when you know. But I wouldn't recommend it. Family, I would not recommend it because there's a lot of you just like anybody gets ostracized within the family. For bringing home something white, especially if the family's pro-black.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so why would you want to do that to your? Why would you want to put yourself through that? And as a mate, why would you want that? Why would you want that for the other person? You dig? It's not. It's hard, especially if that person's not part of the culture. They're not.
And they're not even willing to learn about the culture.
Even if they were, they're only willing to
Because
learn.
the
while they're with
byproduct
you.
of that usually is going to be a biracial child.
But-
the
but-
child on.
but you know something.
You know what I mean?
You know something. Let me. This is where it gets kind of tricky. The thing that people go ahead and talk about that black couple, that black white couple, that mixed couple. But you best believe that child, that product. I mean, Sister Che can go identify it, is very popular when people want to date that child. People want to date that child. Constantly go ahead and see people. Oh well, he light skinned, she light skinned. That you hear that shit a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think our culture, excuse me, my voice is getting dry. I think that within our people, as far as FBA is concerned, we suffer from a lot of colorism within ourselves because it's always been like that since we were small. It's been like that. I mean, I don't know anybody who hasn't
And
went through
colorism
it.
is a direct byproduct of racism and white supremacy.
And we play into it, not really knowing that we can't. You ever notice you try to control yourself on it, and you really something in the day will trigger it,
Mm-hmm.
and you find out you're like, man, you stop acting like skin.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers right here.
Yeah,
I can't live around these motherfuckers. You feel me? And it's within us. No matter how much we fight it, it's something's gonna trigger it. We're not gonna be perfect on that colors or shit. But the thing is that with I think when in regards to multiracial, biracial motherfuckers.
They ain't never seen no 90s movies. You definitely shouldn't be dealing with them.
Right. I think that like in my case, like for me personally, I think that because I never lived like that, like my European mother. I've never lived like her. I didn't even really spend time with her except for when I was small child. So I
But
would
the
know.
motherfuckers do a whole vetting process.
I would say this though, I would stay on the black side of things, period. Always have. And so that means like in my mind I'm thoroughly versed in it. In the culture, but in everything right now. Right now currently. I feel like I had to go get that out of my system though. With being mixed. I had to get that all out of my system. It took a little bit. I struggled in the beginning because of the language. Just trying to have a dialogue with people. But once you come to an understanding, and this is the problem. This is what happens. Is that they don't come to an understanding. People really want to choose, and they have to feel like they need to address both sides. I don't have no alliance with the European side, so I give two fucks about that. I keep my own mama out the fucking crib, probably in some motherfucking black crib house.
Yep.
And you're gonna act accordingly in here. You can't do those things. You gotta say those things. You have to go. You know what I mean? And no, you don't speak like that with my presence because I just don't like it. I don't like it, and I have my own reasons for why. That's why I don't like it. I took it out of my language, man. So for everything just to be the contents of Black first, and then whatever else, other little mixtures I have in there. And it's simpler that way. It's easier that way. I know that I will. They'll never get me to go over there. Ever. They'll never get me to live like a Caucasian woman. Ever.
Right.
Or you can barely get me to talk to them, really.
Right.
really, to be honest, if I have to, I'll let Jesse go first. I won't do it.
Listen here, cracker.
I can't do it, y'all. I mean, you just see me in person. Like, I talk like this all day long. All day long, we fight racism and white supremacy. And all day long, I think white people are culture vulturing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're stealing from us, and they're mocking us in front of our face, and they're being sarcastic and condescending all fucking day long, in my opinion, personally. So in my opinion, everything they say is a fucking lie, and I just look at them like they're liars, but I can't stand it.
That's why I said we ain't got no white friends. We got white friendlies, maybe.
I don't even say that. You won't even get me to say that part, because
we got the friendly ones.
I don't believe it.
But they're still racist deep down.
I've had, I guess, if you ask my brother would tell you that when we were younger, I had like maybe 2 or 3 little white school friends that were there. But I blocked that out of my mind. I act like that didn't happen, because to me, they're not that race or whatever, this race, right?
Mm-hmm.
That race is ugly to me. They all look the same.
They're the ones that came up with the concept of race.
Yeah, they all look the same. They all fucking look the same.
And then they be the first ones talking about we're all one race, the human race.
They're
Says who? Y'all the ones that come up with this whole wicked ass system.
It's stupid as fuck, but to me, they're all liars. They all pretend cry. They play on they try to play on your gullibility and manipulate. They manipulate it like a motherfucker, and they try to put this guilt on you about everything. And in regards to your plight, they don't see it, and they don't want to pay you for fucking shaming you and try to tokenize you for shit. And they don't give a fuck if you're poor.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a fuck what level you are, as long as they can act and be above you.
Don't give a fuck if you're rich or poor.
They don't
in between. They don't give a damn.
We could roll many.
You still a nigga to them.
Yeah, we can roll many videos back when I was outside patrolling the neighborhood, like trying to keep shit safe. And I was just trying to intentionally say, because I would say hi to everybody when I was homeless. Because my mother would say to me that you can't ignore everybody on the street. Everybody needs to be seen at least once. Or else they feel like they're invisible and then they want to kill themselves or some shit like that. I remember.
Yeah, my grandma used to say something like that too.
I was like, I would say hi to everybody, but the whites don't talk to me, period. And when they do, they're talking to me about arresting me. They're talking about me moving around. They're giving me dirty looks. They talk to me in an ugly tone of voice. Bitches, the worst. Bitches are the worst. They talk to me they talk at me and like I'm really stupid or very dumb, like yellow school bus dumb. And
like you're a short bush shorty.
And I'm like, no, you don't ever sleep on me. Just because I might look like this, but I'm very intelligent.
Exactly, Mac. They are natural born liars, deceivers.
They do. They lie all the time. But when it comes to crying, they just crunch up their face and make the movie.
No tears ever come out.
Ever. Me and Jesse pointed it out one time when we said when they were
one of those mass shootings had happened. Yeah.
The school, and remember the little right?
Yeah.
And I got an update for that. The little boy shot up the school. He shot the 2 beans, and they went and terrorized the fucking.
Oh yeah, East.
Why is it happening here?
Austin Live.
And I was like, "Cuz this is a black school. What are you talking about?" Like,
exactly. Both white people are the worst.
So I was like, we just don't vibe, man. You can't get me to talk to them, and you can say it's prejudice or whatever. I'll just go off of personal lived experience. It's never been okay.
Man, when they ask me for some goddamn money, I literally stop in my tracks and say, "Pilgrim, ain't you got some pride? The hell you do asking a slave for something?"
On the poor ones?
Yeah.
I love them people. I love them. They be tripping me out though, because I see a lot of these beggars, and they white.
Mm-hmm.
And like I don't give a shit, man. I snatched them cups out.
You got $1 billion worth of whiteness with them.
Yeah, you got white privilege, and you know what? And that white racism. You were born being a racist. So a lot of times I don't feel bad that I snatched the cups out of them fuckers' hands. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
You know.
I don't either.
I've got many fights with motherfucking white old ladies when I was older. And slap the fucking stupid out of them with sticks and shit. I don't really give a fuck about the book. And you know what it is that because they're
Feel like they're entitled
they're playing on us. They're like
to every fucking
they play
thing.
on our emotions. They play on our intellect. They talk at us. They are condescending in their tone. Everything sounds like a sneak diss to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but show here's something else, Sister White. Right when you go ahead and get. You got some black people go ahead and tell you something like all white people ain't bad. Fuck that. In this country,
They're all white supremacists until
you've all benefit off your whiteness, and you still benefiting off it today. So that's why I keep saying them fuckers you owe. So fuck it. You know, if you can go ahead, you know, snatch exactly. You know, snatch a cup or two.
I don't give a fuck. I'll slap the fuck out of them, especially when I think they're doing something to me, and I can feel it. It doesn't even have to be said. I can feel the energy in the room. I'm like, ugh, like I feel dirty all the time. Like I was trying to show Jesse something really disturbing the other day with these white folk. It was a video or something, and I said, oh, I gotta stop. I gotta turn it off. I was like, I'm starting to feel dirty and dingy all of a sudden.
Oh, that Blacc Trump video.
Yeah, that was like, but the after video, where all that other stuff.
The one that was behind the whole thing.
Yeah. I was like, oh God, I feel so dirty. I was like that. I was like, I said, this is so
straight
bad.
Up culture vulture, like
Blacc.
Blacc.
Culture vulturing, and I was like, because this motherfucking white boy, he went and found a black person to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything he wrote down and floss his motherfucking jewelry because he can't say nigga.
Yeah.
And because he's white, and he should know he better not.
Right.
He better not, but he did. He went and found some fucking brother to do a whole motherfucking black video, and I was like, I left the seeding message. I went back and deleted it. I was like, maybe I'm tripping. And further research upon that, like within 3-4 minutes, I discovered that it was behind some white boy, rich white boy, who wants to make music for Trump, and went and paid some brother to do the most.
Yeah, like a Bubba Sparks type.
A
white dude.
I was leaving a seething message. I was like, brother, who paid you? Why would you take this money? I was like, that's what I was writing on the video, like on the comments. I was like, brother, tell me why you did this.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube,
why you sell this out, brother? How much did they pay you to shield like this? This is terrible. Bad look, because you're gonna
family.
make that all to steal the culture.
Mm-hmm.
This is all to steal the culture. Be one government.
Hey,
you don't have no culture. We do.
Yeah, we do. I got, you know, I got to bounce. I got some stuff I got to take care of it, and I actually got some business to take care of in the morning, brothers. And it's been good to be here, you know.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Chefing
in with us, Chef Rob.
Yeah, you're gonna be on again tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And Tuesday we'll be on Shabbakas.
Yeah, I should be able to go ahead and make that tomorrow, but I got some real important stuff to take care of tomorrow.
Okay.
Stay
all right, man. Yeah.
Stay black.
Peace. Stay black. Peace, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, family. Stay black. Stay favored. That's all I can say.
Stay dangerous.
And also stay dangerous, but everybody just need to get a little activated.
Yeah.
Like
that's where the dangerous part come in, but yeah.
Activate yourself within reason. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm gonna move to the next topic. I just want to close with this. Neely Phillips Jr. said that black people hop out the bed and are confused.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's because we could be swayed in certain directions. We're not conscious of it.
They forget that they are still a victim of the global system of racism and white supremacy.
Yeah, like you.
And that this person that they're sleeping with they're still technically their master.
Right. It you can be swayed. Like, so, you know, I had a problem with being too gullible at one point in time in my life. You know what I mean? They even could sway me for something when I was a lot younger.
Yeah.
I wasn't in control of my fucking elements.
I mean, that's about 90 to damn near 100% of people.
Exactly. So I mean, you gotta give some grace at some level, though. When we get to like our age, like my age, your age,
we ain't got
there is
no
no
excuse at
motherfucking
this
excuse.
age.
It's conscious at that point.
This is purposeful.
I think you gonna live at home with your family. You control. You got your own little job or your own little money coming in, your own little place. You're free to do whatever.
He said he
Matt,
saw a
you
white guy begging in his neighborhood and had the nerve to stand by Black and Hispanic construction workers
That's
too.
bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but so he definitely profiting from the culture.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that the culture is like, our people are bums standing next to Hispanic people. I'm not saying
He
that.
ain't asking his
Don't say
cracker
that at all.
brethren for nothing.
It's just that you got the audacity to know that you're not gonna, that you should be out working or whatever, and you got the audacity to stand and culture vulture, or but like I want to say color vulture, right? You
Yeah.
stand next to, like, I don't know how to word that right, but you're standing next to a black person based on that because you think that you're gonna get something out of it. It's tokenizing, right? Tokenizing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's ugly. Whatever it is, but I can't know the word about it because I just know it's ugly. I'm like, ooh.
But you're not begging your cracker brethren for nothing.
Right. I mean, you surely got open doors, like Chef Rob said. You got open doors and access to fucking.
All you gotta do is clean up nice.
Yeah, comb your motherfucking hair, take a bath, and you can have anything you want. Yeah,
you'll be good to go.
Yeah, there's one person I knew. He cleaned up. He looked like George Michael. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, here!" They're like, "Damn, they give him everything." I'm like, we're just mobbing around. I'm like, "Dude, why you got all this extra money for?" Apparently, I would get. I was like, "What? Like this?" Like, and he's like, "You think I'm like George Michael?" I'm like, "Oh my God, it's stupid."
Yeah.
But they clean up. And that's what they do, and I'm like, "Well, you can't like." I can
That's all
never
they
get a
gotta
job
do.
by the way I look. You know what I mean?
They have a whole system that caters to them, gives them free goodies and giveaways. Cares about their every want and need. Must be nice.
I perfected my voice on the phone for calling into telemarketing jobs, right? And it sounded like this. I tried to talk correctly, and then when they see me, they wouldn't let me have the job. And I had to figure out that it was racial. They were racial.
They're racial profile.
I was like, why not? And I would argue the point. Just a simple telemarketing job,
Yeah.
I was like, but the interview on the phone went so well. Like, because I thought that's the only way I could
Yeah, and then
in.
they see you in person. And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, they saw me in person. Like,
Yes.
no. Like you there's something about you I can't quite put my finger on. But no, the answer is no. I don't know what time they said, because I asked, how many breaks you get? Because I had a small child, and I just wanted to know so that I could like creep around and go take, look after my child during lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was the great reason for why I couldn't get the job. Because they said, you're presenting laziness or something like that. And I was like, this because I'm black, huh? Like immediately that's because I said that. I said that right there, like just like that. Because I'm black, right? And they didn't know what to say with that. And I was like, I'm not lazy. I want to work. I just need to know what specific times.
Yeah.
I had a small baby, a small child at that time. They weren't hearing none of that. I didn't have to explain that, but they weren't hearing any of that. They thought it was laziness. And I was like, this is one of those cold words. They don't
want to give you breaks.
Cold words, laziness, what?
Breaks, what's that?
They said lazy. I was like, that's a typical code word for. Then they say with us, like black people are et cetera, et cetera.
Even though we built the country, we're lazy.
It's not true, family. But they'll say whatever to deflect from their shit.
All right, just projecting that bullshit. Okay, so I'm gonna move us to the next topic because we're just on this topic way too long.
Yeah, this shit make me mad for real. I'm sorry.
So the next topic is Amanda Seales. She's back at it with her madness, and now she's aiming accusations at Shannon Sharpe. Now Shannon Sharpe had recently interviewed her, and since the interview, some things have come out. Now she's accusing Shannon Sharpe of some stuff that he didn't do. So
I didn't watch the interview. Go ahead.
Professor Black Truth is gonna give us the update on this.
I saw the little.
Shout out to Professor Black Truth.
Saw little pieces of it, but I was like, I didn't see the interview because Shannon Sharpe is not my type of cat. So.
And fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is about when clout chasing goes wrong, and I mean for everyone involved. Look, I've only watched about 2, maybe 3 videos from Shannon Sharpe's channel. It's just not something that appeals to me. The first was, of course, Cat Williams, and now we can add Amanda Seales to that very short list. And her case, I only watched the part about her speaking on why she doesn't like Issa Rae. Even if I was bored out of my gourd, there's no way in the world that I could take 3 hours of her. Apparently, Shannon Sharpe thought that bringing Amanda Seales on his web show was going to endear him to her, but it didn't. Instead, now she's running around saying that Shannon Sharpe was invalidating her experiences with autism and racism. This from a woman who admitted that she called a black coworker on her show a nigga and thought that apparently there was nothing wrong with it. Apparently, Issa Rae isn't the only one that Amanda Seales has problems with, because right after the interview, Seales felt that Shannon Sharpe hadn't been sufficiently deferential towards her either. I don't know whether or not Shannon Sharpe invalidated anything, though I think it says a lot that when somebody is habitually messy like this, is the problem really everyone else? Because that seems to be the common denominator with Amanda Seales. She seems to have problems with a lot of people. Whether or not they actually did anything that is overtly disrespectful to her, that seems to be how she takes it. Now, Shannon Sharpe is the first one that I think needs to be addressed. He's clearly trying to get his YouTube web show going, and I understand the motivations. Talking to celebrities is a good way to make money monetizing your channel, and he has gotten some great view counts before, but after Cat Williams, he felt he had taken things to a whole other level, and he had. And so he's trying to maintain that, and it's understandable why. It's also understandable how he thinks he's going to maintain that. Now, when he talked to Cat Williams said all kinds of controversial things. And yet, even after the interview, Cat Williams didn't take any back shots at Shannon. But you notice Amanda Seales has. And as crazy as Cat Williams is, that's saying something that she apparently found something to say about Shannon Sharpe, where Cat Williams had nothing really to say. It just goes to show my gut level instinct about this woman was right. Issa Rae is indefensible. We can all agree on that. But this level of dangerous, ditzy behavior shows that Amanda Seales can't get along with anyone. And let's be honest, Issa Rae is the quintessential clout chaser. She admitted it herself when she began making videos on YouTube. She was doing it to try to make something she hoped would appeal to white media executives so she could parlay that into a network contract, which she did. Issa Rae gave them exactly what they wanted. She put white males on a pedestal, and she attacked black men, and for the racists who run the white media, that's catnip. It was a clear signal flare she was sending up that she wanted anyone to offer her a contract, and if they did, she would play ball, and there would be no bottom to the gutter stuff she would do. Amanda Seales' phony "I'm so black" routine simply doesn't ring true. When you've been mobbed up with someone who intentionally and deliberately attacks black people in order to get money from white corporations, that should tell you everything you need to know. And when you choose to continue with them, that tells me everything I need to know. And no matter what complaints Amanda Seales is trying to make today, she certainly didn't have a problem with Issa Rae in the past. She was cool with everything Issa Rae was doing. In fact, she's still cool with it. Notice how Amanda Seales didn't have any misgivings about the way that Issa Rae's content is geared, the kind of stuff that she was putting on, the way that she was portraying black relationships as habitually dysfunctional. So Amanda Seales knew what she was jumping into, and she wanted to be there. That's why she hung around so long. What she didn't count on was the fact that there's no honor among sleaze. Of course, Issa Rae was going to be on the outs with her before it was all over because she never had any permanent plans for Amanda Seales to begin with. Of course, she was looking for a place to plant the knife. So now, just like Omarosa and Candace Owens, Amanda Seales can now add herself to that list of Negroes who, once they find themselves on the outside looking in, suddenly try to become the most pro-black person you never saw. But for the people in the comments section who don't listen so well, while it is true that Amanda Seales is so scatterbrained she doesn't know which way is up, it's also true that Shannon Sharpe put himself in this position where he's catching flack from her. He's been trying to get that next big Cat Williams caliber interview. He's been trying to land that next super viral video. Now, where Amanda Seales is concerned, she's no Cat Williams caliber anything, and I'm sure that to an extent Shannon Sharpe is probably thinking this is going to be just another interview. But it hasn't turned out to be that. Shannon Sharpe likes to invite guests who may have a bone to pick with the entertainment industry, some people who are going to be dishing the tea, as the young people like to say. He knew bringing in Amanda Seales would inevitably lead to a discussion about her and Issa Rae's problems. That was the hook, after all. But if Amanda Seales is now running around looking for sympathy, she needs to keep on looking because she hasn't found it. She spent years knowingly, deliberately palling around with a woman who she knew made it big, attacking black men in particular. That's Issa Rae's brand. That's how she made her millions. That's how she found herself a place under the white media. And Amanda Seales was an enthusiastic part of that little operation. So why would Shannon Sharp think that he would be immune from that? Because Amanda Seales came on his show for a few hours? She had spent years on Issa Rae's show, and look how that turned out. This is why, as the black media, we steer clear of these celebrities. They're on some other stuff. When you choose to be an auxiliary of the white media, this is what goes along with the package. And it doesn't promote our cause, and they can be cool with you for one moment and then flip on you the next. That's the problem with these black celebrities. Who needs that? Apparently Shannon Sharp did, or so he thought. I don't know much of anything about Amanda Seales, truth be told, and I don't care. I can tell a lot of you, though, are really into your TV entertainment. I had these test tube babies who I never hear from at any other time get livid with me about criticizing Abbott Elementary, a sitcom. You would have thought that I had denounced the risen Jesus Christ by how vehemently these clowns were defending a TV show. Really? But then again, their defense, if it can be called that, took the form of, you gonna stop talking about my TV show. You gonna stop talking about my TV show. They didn't really have a defense. It was just mindless complaining about me calling out the truth. Black people oversample when it comes to entertainment. That's dangerous because it means that we disproportionately watch entertainment more than any other groups. And who makes the entertainment that we love so much? The very people who have enslaved and oppressed us. We take entertainment dead seriously, and we take reality loosely. Now, when Negroes get as passionate about power as they are about a sitcom, then we'll finally have black empowerment, but not before. And it says a lot and nothing good that this is what Negroes get so passionate about. This is what they feel so strongly about. A freaking sitcom. This is how you know we have too much dead weight around us. Even in a place like this, we still have the brain-dead buffoons who only get exercised about something when it's entertainment, religion, sports, or gossip. They get outraged about their favorite TV show being criticized, but they shrug about black people being killed or left to die at hospitals, economically strangled out of existence. Negroes like that aren't going to take us anywhere. So we see that, as usual, white supremacy is quite sophisticated. It's structured so as to work on a variety of levels. You could find yourself dancing to white supremacy's tune and not even realize it if you're not careful. So you have to turn your mind into a fortress. Train yourself not to need anything that white supremacy is attempting to offer to you. When you make it a habit to consume white media content, you're also giving them free room and board in your mind. And like any guest, if you let them hang around long enough, eventually they'll refuse to leave. They'll think they own the place. And when you look at how some of us have reacted and responded to mere criticism of the white media's content, you see that's exactly what's happened. My point is that Issa Rae, Amanda Seales, and even Shannon Sharp to an extent represent a symptom of a far larger problem. Black people who apparently think that the white media and those who run it are our friends. Black people who have acquired a taste for the kind of flash and trash gutter sniping that the white media offers. This is something that we have to detach ourselves from. Whenever I see people commenting and asking me, what do I think about this or that black celebrity or this or that interview, that tells me we got a lot of Negroes around here who are trying to have one foot in the land of black empowerment and another foot in the toilet of the white media. And that doesn't work. Shannon Sharp's not the only one who needs to get his mind right about the way he's been moving. But for those of you who are not addicted to the white media's content or the kind of infotainment that they have on offer, keep it that way. Because while the predictable dysfunction of these tools of the white media may be entertaining, it should never be entertaining enough for us to actually want to watch it. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Eric Bailey, Brian Ellis, Jared Santee, Wandre Morris, and Chris Pruitt. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly, Professor Black True. All right. That's my thoughts is Amanda Seales ain't nothing but a cool mammy. We've been exposed to her before the scandemic pandemic that you ain't never been a friend of black people. And Shannon Sharp, unfortunately, is a raccoon. So I literally see it as two raccoons going at each other. But at the end of the day, um, it's just another distraction. Go ahead, Lady Che. What are your thoughts?
I really don't have any thoughts because I don't care for either one. I really don't care about either one really. They're not my type. I don't resonate with anything they talked about ever really. Um, I would say it's kind of shitty of her to take an interview and then after that go and talk shit about Shannon Sharp. I think that's kind of fucking foul and bad form and really disrespectful. And that would be a bad look on her part because she might not get invited to do interviews somewhere else. And her numbers were, I don't think her numbers were that great on that show,
No.
on his podcast or whatever he was
It
doing.
definitely wasn't up to Cat Williams. So
Yeah, I don't know what, I mean, just her, bad mouthing another broad that's not really favored amongst people. She only had maybe like, she only did that one or two shows. She did a couple shows, but not everything was like, that great for Issa Rae. And it's not that you go in there, you go on somebody's broadcast, talk shit that's really a bad form, and then accuse the host of something.
Hey, Brother Shabazz in the chat.
And do accusations and whatnot. I mean, that's really bad form. It kind of says that you shouldn't be allowed to go on broadcast no more. Shouldn't be invited to
Exactly. It's better to have our own media. That's right, brother.
But even so, like if she's gonna do that there, it don't matter where she's at, whether it be black content or white content. She can't be trusted just to fucking go and handle her business without bad mouthing somebody. Because if something was disrespectful, do you think it would have been seen in that 2 hour fucking program? I mean, I don't know. I just think that this broad don't matter to us, and she's not talking about anything we're talking about. Neither is Shannon Sharp. We just keep pushing.
Oh yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Let the coons slaughter each other. I don't give a damn. At the same time, they're still black at the end of the day. But these are raccoons, and these are examples of what not to be.
Yeah, I think that's bad form. You shouldn't act like that. But I also think that as a person, as a woman, just as a woman, as an adult woman, going somewhere that like a lot of people are going to see, you should conduct yourself probably better. Maybe you'll get invited to other things.
So she's not blaming it on the alcohol.
Say don't cool it up. I'm just saying conduct yourself better.
She's not blaming it on the alcohol though. She's blaming it on the autism. She's saying she's autistic, and that's the reason why she does and says what she does. Says what she does.
I don't really know where she went wrong. I didn't watch the shit because that's not my type of programming. The only reason I watched the Cat Williams thing was because I don't know. I kind of like him once in a while. Makes me laugh once in a while, and I see him on Netflix. But other than that, like that's probably all I've seen him lately. Maybe a couple movies where he's with Mike Epps, but that's about it.
She's claiming she was vilified and misunderstood.
Come on, man. Stop it. For how many? What she was like 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
Stop it. Stupid. If it was really like that, what sister is going to sit there for 2 hours and get vilified? None. They would already wild out and got up.
She said Issa Rae wasn't empowering her, and she didn't feel like she deserved to be protected. I'm only giving a portion of the situation, and that was my experience. And nonetheless, I have still always protected her because I felt like it was my responsibility to do so.
Bro, I don't need
but it is not. Issa Rae needs to stop too. Yeah, Cat Williams is an entertainer, exactly. Like we be putting too much faith into these entertainers.
Each other from what, bad mouthing each other? That's the only type of protection. I mean, like Issa Rae talks shit. She's a comedian, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
So comedy fair play.
Issa Rae is a producer too.
Yeah, isn't that fair play?
She's the creator and star of Insecure.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, she could defend herself.
Yeah.
This broad's cappy.
But it's she's trying to make it seem like it's a sisterhood, and that she needs to stand up for her fellow mammy sister.
There is no sisterhood. And as you bullying it, there's no such thing. And even then, man, do you really want to be part of that?
I think they both are part of that shit.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be
They're bully
surprised.
sisters too, man. I'm like, I guess if that's what sorority is, Black.
Yeah.
I don't
I would
hang out with
never-
bros like that.
I
got,
would
like,
never
a couple
pledge
of friends,
Greek.
and they're not like that.
Never. All right. Yeah. Cal Williams is an entertainer, and again, remind you,
Mm-hmm.
entertainment is one of the 9 areas of human activity.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I guess if I really cared that much, I'd watch it and see. But I don't care for the broad, and I don't really care for him that much. So why would I waste my time? The media picked it up. Media picked it up because she made some sort of accusation. But who isn't always talking shit about fucking Shannon Sharp? It'd be a man or a woman.
Yeah.
They hate on him. You know what I mean?
I'm glad he left that
does
show
people
with
vote him.
damn Skip. That was the best thing he could have
I
did.
thought so too.
Undisputed ain't never gonna be the same.
That was the best thing. It's too bad he has to wear all that. Like, he could probably clothes that fit him better. And that everything's cool. I don't really care. He's not my cup of tea. I'm not on this fan base. You want to see me in this chat? You hear it? No. I don't have nothing to say.
I mean, he did used to play for my team, though. I'll give him that.
That's huge. That's good. Like, I don't have to care for. I'm glad that we discussed it though.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, so moving along, we got. Is it the North Carolina shooting? I think it is a shooting in North Carolina.
No, the last couple of days were pretty active.
I appreciate y'all staying out late with us.
We're going on to the next topic. You have to find it first. I wrote it down.
All right,
We're doing it
there's
all together because
Monique versus Oprah.
oh yeah, I've been hearing about this too, but they've been saying Oprah's the devil. He's complicit.
Yep. So
Yeah.
our next topic is also entertainment related,
Mhm.
and it is Monique versus Oprah.
Mhm.
The feud escalates after stand-up show remarks. So, for those that don't know, her and Cat Williams are on a nationwide comedy tour, and at one of the shows, I believe it was in Milwaukee, she made some very disparaging comments about Oprah and Gail and their situation. So,
I mean, dude, they kind of leave themselves open for that type of shit because they're not like that's the type. I guess that's the epitome of mamminess.
but my mom been saying this forever.
Yeah, my mother too. My mother's like, you should get Oprah, and cause she gives out gifts every day. I was like, ugh.
Oh my God.
I don't want no damn book. I can go sit with myself. I don't know if I want to go sit there.
You get a book. You get a book.
You get a present.
I remember the last time she was in Denver,
the
them tickets were like $1,000.
Did you give cards and shit away? She was like, man, I hold that whole time.
Last time she was in Denver, y'all, the tickets were like $1,000.
Fuck that shit. Hell no. I mean, plus, like, why would you do just the color purple shit this year?
She's at the convention center.
The color purple this year should give her no motherfucking points at all for anything. Like, what? Why would you do that again? And why you didn't do this with this person? And I mean, there's questions, and I just don't give a fuck. So I'm like, no. I don't know what she was doing. Then Gail getting fired too. It's like, you guys fell off.
Yeah. Oh yeah, her whack ass show with Charles Coon ass Barkley.
Yeah, it's like, you fell off. Now y'all ain't even making no waves. You just look bad.
That shit was only on for 6 months. I'm surprised they got 6 months in.
Right.
Before they canceled that bullshit.
Right.
So Monique, so Lisa's gonna give us the update. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
That okra.
Yeah. Find out because I don't know. I've just seen the clips about it.
Monique dragged the hell out of Oprah Winfrey during her last stand-up And I would play it for you, but she drops a lot of F-bombs and she gets quite graphic. So I'm not going to play it because YouTube is all funny style. But what I will do is put the link in the description and then you can go out and watch it on your own. So Monique calls Oprah, Tyler Perry, coon mother uffers in a fiery rant. So she unleashed a fiery rant on Oprah and Tyler Perry during her latest Cat Williams Dark Matter comedy tour stop. Mo verbally attacked the two moguls. She then got the audience to participate in calling Perry and Winfrey coon mother others. Yeah, she was on one for real. Mo then paused after seeing some people in the audience decline to participate. The Maryland actress began mocking them in their love for Oprah, but she insisted that her actions were all out of love. The comedian turned her attention to Oprah's inner circle. She questioned her close relationship with Gayle King and even insinuated that they were more romantically involved. Oh, man. I'm too other old to be scared of this bee. I'm too old to be intimidated by this bee. I'm too old to hold that mother other truth. So this is what Monique said. I love that black raggedy bee. I love that black simple-minded mother other. I love Oprah Winfrey's Black A. And we just need to bring her back to black, she added. Monique then, she was talking to some dude in the audience by the name of Melvin. And she was asking, do you like Oprah? He said yes. So Mo apologized for her remarks. But then she turned around and doubled down on her efforts to bring her back to black by any means necessary. And she went on to say, we need you to help us bring that B back to black. I need you to bend her the F and F her like a Nashville, Tennessee N-word would and bring that B back to black. Monique commanded Melvin. The drama started, we know, back in 2010 when Mo won an Oscar for her supporting role in Precious. That movie is kind of tough to watch, but I do have to admit, Monique did a hell of a job in that part. She was believable, and it's almost like she must have reached in a part of her soul and pulled that character out. I mean, she brought that character all the way out. So I don't know if any of you ever had a chance to watch it. It really was a good movie, though. Monique detailed on Club Shay Shay that, her husband, Sidney Hicks, told her Oprah, an executive producer on the film, seemed to have an issue with her win. Hicks stated that Winfrey seemed upset that Monique was being celebrated for the movie instead of her. Oh, really? She then noticed a shift in the legendary talk show host attitude towards her.
You do it to me all the time.
After voicing her concern about the move, Daniels insisted that he didn't have the power or money to tell Oprah no. She also claimed that the same tactic was used to freeze her out of the role of an unnamed Richard Pryor biopic. So she also alleged that her refusal to promote Precious overseas for free led to both Tyler Perry and Oprah effectively blackballing her from Hollywood. The comedian also claimed that Perry later confirmed that he helped spread an industry rumor that she was difficult to work with. Yeah, I did hear all of that back in the
Yeah, I
day.
remember that.
I did, you know. And usually, if you win, you see people out there more getting more money, getting bigger roles and everything. And it was very obvious that did not happen for Monique. It's a shame that it
I
didn't,
always say
but
that's fuck Hollywood.
you know,
They do certain stuff
mm,
that way, but I don't
I
understand.
see she is seizing the opportunity on stage to drag Oprah and Tyler Perry.
Doing that.
She ain't done with them
All that
yet,
money is a blessing.
but
All her money.
you're going to have to tell me what you think. But yeah, Monique seemed like she was fired up on that stage
Like,
for real.
like there's no humbleness
And
whatsoever.
Mammy and
But y'all,
that show was.
you're going to have to leave that comment on what you think about this whole thing.
Oh no. That's a,
And as I stated before, I will leave the link in the description box, and you can go out and watch this on your own. I believe both of these links are for X. So you can go out there and watch it. I would, like I said, play it, but she drops a lot of F.
let me see if I can play it real
I
quick.
love F-bombs. I love F-bombs.
Yeah, she was going in from what I heard.
She just saying the right shit. But I would think that it would be a disservice to us black family if we brought Oprah back.
Oh, here it is.
I don't think we would learn anything.
Fuck
At all.
Oprah.
At all. She can stay over there with that. They're the closest door.
Oprah would be Black 50 years.
Fuck you, Tyler Perry! You cool motherfucker! Now some niggas got scared. They was like, you're going too far, bitch. I love that black raggedy bitch. I love that black simple-minded motherfucker. I love Oprah Winfrey's black ass. And we just need to bring her back to black. We need to bring that bitch back to motherfucking black. Are you a Oprah Winfrey fan? Yes. Okay, well, I'm not apologizing. The every motherfucking thing I say. What's your name, brother? Bill? What did he say? Melvin. We need you to help us bring that bitch back to black. I need you to bend her the fuck over and fuck her like a Nashville, Tennessee nigga would and bring that bitch back to black. Oh, bitch, be quiet. You gonna get some money out of this shit. And every time you see fucking Oprah, you see fucking gay. Best friends. That's what they say. I've never seen best friends like that. We ain't seen Stephanie in 30 motherfucking years. Who is loving Oprah Winfrey and Gayle King? Each other! But we don't want to say the shit out loud because it's Oprah fucking Winfrey. I'm too motherfucking old to be scared of this bitch. I'm too old to be intimidated by this bitch. I'm too old to hold the motherfucking truth. You know why I fuck with Oprah Winfrey, Melvin? Because that bitch tried to fuck with me privately. Well, I'm a public bitch. You try to fuck with me behind closed doors. Bitch, open the door up. Ding dong, I'm gonna let your motherfucking ass in. Now, are you gonna fuck her or not?
So there you have it.
Yeah, you can't get no old motherfucker to do it. You gotta find some young strapping Tennessean to get it done. Just get it done, brother. Take one for the team. And you might be in there for a couple of days getting lost in this old dryer shit, but you'll be alright. You come back alright. I don't know if you really want it back, family. I mean,
Oprah's 70 now.
Whack since I can remember.
She turned 70.
I don't think I've ever seen a cool moment of Oprah at all ever in my life. And I would know. I mean, I've been seeing Oprah activities since I was a little girl. I don't think I've ever seen a moment that was a rip.
I never liked the Oprah Winfrey show.
Nothing.
I hated that fucking show.
I mean,
now she used to come on at 4 o'clock every day.
Dude, it's not even color purple. I was like, man, it's a big ass mannish bitch. Like I couldn't do it. Not even the Oprah show. None of that shit made me elated to see her. I was like, I never got excited.
I hated the color purple.
The color purple was. I was like, look at this big old mannish bitch trying to boss this motherfucker around and shit. big old heavy-handed bitch too. She was that movie. She was big old
She
heavy.
was straight up mammy.
Heavy-handed bitch.
She played the exact role that she is. Oh my
Sweaty
God.
pork chop looking at. I got
She's a big mammy on the plantation.
She had a man voice, and she was just mannish, like real rough and mannish.
That's what the big mammy on the plantation was
the
like.
book was like whatever you do. I read the book before I saw the movie.
Okay, how was the book?
I don't know. I didn't really. I
read
saw the
some of the
man-hating
book.
shit.
I
Okay?
hated that.
I didn't read. I don't read into the
movie.
man-hating stuff. Okay, I don't read into that. I just read the book. I absorbed the book, and I thought the book was cool. I like from my experience because when I read the book, nobody was giving a dialogue to it, so it wasn't like an opinion or anything. They're just like, I just picked the book out, read it. And I didn't have an opinion. When I got older, when you hear black men saying how they felt about the book, that's when I took it seriously.
Okay.
Because when sisters talk about the book, they talk about it in an empowering way. I just thought it was alright, and I thought that some confusion and shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Felt like there was a little bit of confusion, like with Celie and not Celia, yeah, Celia.
Yeah, Celie.
Celie and the one that he liked. Matt's girlfriend or whatever, the one he liked.
The mistress.
Yeah, the mistress. Yeah, I felt like there's some confusion going on with them two. Like she was like, oh, I'm starting to feel dirty. But other than that, and when I heard men talk about it, men never had a favoring. They never really talked about it in a positive way. So I took that seriously. They said it was like man-hating and very derogatory, very
It
negative.
was. It depicted black men in a very horrible light.
Yeah, I didn't really read into all that. I was just like, let me get through this book. I read the book and I didn't have no real feelings about the shit. I've had more feelings on other books. I just think that wasn't one that I would like have in my collection. You know what I mean? I have lots of books. I don't think that would be one in my collection.
No, I definitely wouldn't have that in my collection.
It wouldn't be in my house. I read it. I read it once. That's it. That's all I needed. You know? Some books I've read like 10, 15 times.
Mm-hmm.
Other books like, I read that one time. I looked at the movie. Was kind of entertained by the movie a little bit. But that was about it. Wasn't that interesting.
I was not entertained by that movie. I hated that goddamn movie.
Fucked.
I said, what the hell are we watching this shit?
I was like, I don't know, because I saw it on cable too. On regular TV.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like on
Me
TBS.
too. Because it came out when we were kids. The movie came out when we were kids.
It had all kind of commercials in it.
I was like, I hate this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Especially when you had TCI cable. I hated this shit. And Mile High cable.
Yeah.
I hated this shit. So I'm gonna move us along because we're definitely pressed for time. It's already after midnight, and we still got a lot of topics to get to. So the next topic is about Hillary Clinton.
Wow. I see little eyeballs. Thank you for watching.
Hillary Clinton emails show officials denied the Haitians control over their own money.
I think we should just leave them alone.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Dillon for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to give the broadcast a big thumbs up and share, okay? That way it helps to notify others that we're here. And as many of you all have noted and asked, where in the world has Vicky been? Sometimes my content isn't seen because notifications don't go out. So you help us to notify the people when you do that. So thank you so very much. And of course, be sure to also download and check out our own app. Yes, African Diaspora News Channel. We have our own app, which is essentially another us expanding our voice and having our own.
Shame on you, Jeff Hart.
with our app. So thank you so much. I think you're going to love it. Family, I have been doing basically an expo and a series, as it were, on our family in Haiti, or I-80 family. So I'm bringing this up because we know that they're back in the news now, and they're using their own Black brothers, like some of the Kenyan soldiers, looking to deploy some thousand security forces from Ruto's, Kenya, against the will of apparently a lot of the Kenyans there, because even the Kenya's high court initially ruled against sending some there, even though the United States and some folks in the UN are all for it. And of course, the United States are putting hundreds of millions of dollars behind it. And of course, it is my assessment that America is doing so because she needs a Black face to cover up her dirty hands involvement. We have tracked and traced America's undoing of our beloved family in Haiti, and she wants to make sure that it looks like somebody else is behind this, but we're not letting America get away with it.
That's right.
Well, I want us to really see in the past several years how we continue to keep them in an oppressive class and in poverty. It's not by accident, and it's actually geopolitical forces, let's say agency governments that are involved in messing over Haiti. This is very important, and we need to pay attention. We need to know the play-by-play of what happened so that we don't make those mistakes again. Right. Now, in this piece that was written some years ago, during some of the WikiLeaks emails, Hillary Clinton's emails in particular, there was a lot of information that came out that involves so many different parts of the world and different spheres within different nations and peoples and governments and businesses that many folks may or may not be aware of. And of course, some of that included how the US government was involved in spying on a lot of our African brothers and sisters, some of our African brothers and sisters, and sending spies, demanding that their spies get specific information, ambassadors get specific information also about some of our African family, including biometrics concerning them, things related to their irises in their eye, their travel schedules, very detailed information. And this is very, very, very disturbing. Credit card information, things of that nature. I did a piece on that some time back. Be sure to put it in the search engine here on the channel. Well, in Hillary Clinton's emails, some people may or may not know that this was unveiled. There's an admission. First of all, this is a whole family affair with the Clintons, not just Bill and Hillary Clinton, but also their daughter, Chelsea Clinton. Now, they had Chelsea involved in some of the agency work, and Chelsea says, quote here in one of the emails, the incompetence talking about of the staff that's supposed to be working to help with Haiti, including members of the UN. She says that, hey, quote, the incompetence is mind-numbing, she told her parents. Quote, the UN people I encountered were frequently out of touch, anachronistic in their thinking at best, and arrogant and incompetent at worst. There is no accountability, and she says no in all caps, in the UN system or international humanitarian system. It goes on now, this piece, the article says the weak Haitian government, which had lost buildings and staff in the disaster, had something of a plan, she noted. Yet because it had failed to articulate its wishes quickly enough, foreigners rushed forward with, quote, a proliferation of ad hoc efforts by the UN and INGOs. The INGO stands for International Non-Governmental Organizations, to help, some of which have helped, some of which have hurt, and some of which have not happened at all. In other words, the email shows that privately, Chelsea Clinton was reporting to her parents that the Haitian folks were doing for themselves, and they had their own plan. But because they didn't articulate their plan to foreigners quick enough, the foreigners rushed in with the proliferation of ad hoc efforts by the UN and INGOs. So America, as Western allies and others, use the UN, INGOs to hurry up and rush in
Mm-hmm.
Because Haiti, for example, during the earthquake, had taken too long in their opinion. This is their own country. In America, wagging your finger in her face like you know what's best for them. So because you taking too long to come to the conclusion about your own country, get out of the way, we'll run it for you. That's some kind of madness, isn't it, family? I said that's some kind of madness. The emails that Chelsea Clinton, Hillary, and Bill Clinton's daughter said, again, who was heavily involved in some of the agency work there, said, the article goes on to say that the former first daughter recognized something that scores of other foreigners had missed, that Haitians were not just sitting around waiting for others to do the work. Quote, this is what she says. Haitians in the settlements are very much organizing themselves. Fairly nuanced settlements governance structures have already developed, she wrote, giving the example of a camp home to 40,000 displaced quake survivors who had established a governing committee and a series of subcommittees overseeing security, sanitations, women's needs, and other issues. Quote, they wanted to help themselves and they wanted reliability and accountabilities from their partner, Chelsea Clinton wrote. But that help was not coming. The people knew how to govern themselves. They were doing their own security, sanitation, health, engaged in welfare and well-being efforts. They didn't need you to butt in, America.
Right. That's what we're saying.
You played yourself and you played the American people and you played the world by telling us that we just going to help and lying in the media about what was really going on there. We're the original people. When you see deeply melanated people, we're the original people. We know how to govern ourselves. Get out of the way.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
What's also interesting in revealing in some of Hillary's emails.
That's the white.
Is this part here?
They always
down further in this piece, it says,
"Oh yeah,
that." This is actually quite a long sentence, but watch this.
Tell us what to do.
She did call on this new Super Clinton-led structure, meaning Chelsea. She did end up saying that she felt that her dad needed to basically have single authority over Haiti. That's the one thing that they look caring and training said. She admitted the problems and the issues and the positive things that the Haitians were doing for themselves. But her assessment at the end of the day still was that her daddy needs to be running stuff. Listen to what she says. Keeping that in mind, what I just said there. She did call on this new Super Clinton-led structure to, quote, support the Haitian government, but noted that it could only build local capacity and capabilities where feasible. A logical loophole the United States government will fall back on time and time again, as it kept to old habits after all, including refusing to provide Haiti's government with direct budget control. Chelsea Clinton, who was heavily involved in some of the agency and alleged humanitarian work that was supposed to be done there in Haiti, admits that the Haitians were doing for themselves, including welfare stuff, health stuff, sanitation, matters, addressing those effectively, security, residential stuff, doing what needed to be done. But as this article notes, they refuse to give their own government direct budget support. That tells us everything we need to know. Keep that in mind. And I see that some of our Haitian brothers and sisters are making their request for reparations, renewing their request for reparations. I understand that former President Aristide, this is one of the thorns in the side of France and others, because when democratically elected former President Aristide was in office, remember, he was demanding France pay reparations, remember?
Yep.
That's one of several reasons why they put a weapon to his head and threatened to unalive him if he didn't get on the plane after we threw him out of office. So now we're hearing a lot of the Haitians demanding reparations again, like we here in the United States are. And we're not about to let up. I'm giving you more reasons, family, and more insight to see how the game is played. And I'm bringing this up also because who's been held accountable? And I'm bringing this up again because they're using this same play, the global north, again and again, not only in Haiti, but around the world. But will we learn from the lesson? Will we pay attention to the play? And will we guard against it? My name is Vicky Diller. Beloved, be sure to subscribe to my channel at VickyDiller.tv. That's VickyDiller.tv. That's VICKI.tv. Of course, be sure to share this broadcast from African Diaspora News Channel. I can't wait to see you again.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, as we are...
Okay, thoughts, Lady Cherry. What are your thoughts on the Clintons? Hillary Clinton's emails show officials denied Haitians control over their own money.
Fuck them, man. That's fucked up. Like, that is really fucked up. They seem to have it under control. They didn't ask for nobody's help and came in and do what the states always do. It's shitty that's step 2 of their retina information. There's a lot of spying that's really fucking shitty. I mean, nothing. They say we live in a free country and we have privacy, but we don't. Nobody has privacy nowhere. Even, you know,
that went out the door with 9/11.
If people say the same thing, if everybody feels
privacy went out the door with 9/11.
And you can't be like everybody's paranoid and on some soul conspiracy shit. No, shit just is odd. Like, I mean, there's times where I'll be sitting here at my computer and I swear the shit is just doing the most on its own. And it's a desktop, like, make it make sense. You know what I mean? Like, I one time I watched my wireless mouse move and touch everything. It just kept moving from the right to the left, and I wasn't even touching it. Like magic. There wasn't a fucking breeze or nothing. There was no excuse for it. But I could just see it trying to open up windows and things like that. And me, I wasn't being prepared. Me, it's like, this is weird, and I felt like it was remotely being monitored. You know, that's how I feel, though. That's why I said, like, there's no secrets anymore. You can't do anything. You can't plot nothing. You can't do anything. The news, police officers don't even want to go outside. They're using drones. And I think our state has some sort of crime-watching fucking situation out on the news where they got like 26 motherfucking cameras and they're just monitoring, doing preemptive crime solving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead, open that and then put it on mute for a second. I'll do the next topic and then put it on mute, please.
All right. So I'm gonna move us along. The next topic is the campus anti-Semitism bill. It's crazed. Well, this is what the dude from the Hill is saying. It's crazed. DEI power grab will destroy free speech. Robbie Schwab. Shout out to the sister that's supposed to give him that work, though.
Yeah, she's been giving him that work. They say have some clips about that.
Robbie, what's on your radar today?
So raucous pro-Palestine protests have taken over college campuses across the country for the past several days. At the University of California, Los Angeles, protesters had declared areas of campus off limits to pro-Israel students and blocked them from entering certain spaces, even just to get to class. Now at night, masked counter-protesters attacked that pro-Palestinian encampment, tearing down barricades and even shooting fireworks at the protesters. At the University of Texas, Austin, police brutally dispersed student protesters. Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein was among those arrested at Washington University in St. Louis. Administrators at Brown University persuaded protesters to disband their encampment peacefully after agreeing to discuss their demands for financial divestment from companies that do business with the Israeli military. But events had really begun at Columbia University, and those came to a dramatic end after the authorities finally tired of the occupation of Hamilton Hall. Protesters had smashed the windows of the administrative building, entered it, taken over the building, held a janitor hostage, and demanded humanitarian aid, not for Gaza, but for themselves, i.e. they wanted snacks.
Why should the university be obligated to provide food to people who've taken over a building?
Well, first of all, we're saying that they're obligated to provide food to students who pay for a meal plan here.
But you mentioned that there was a request that food and water be brought in, unless I misunderstood.
To allow it to be brought in. I mean, well, I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, I mean, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like, could people please have a glass of water?
But they did put themselves in that very deliberately in that situation and in that position. So it seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries, we want to take over this building. Now would you please bring us food and water?
Nobody's asking them to bring anything. We're asking them to not violently stop us from bringing in basic humanitarian aid.
So it's easy to make fun of these protesters, many of whom seem to know very little about why they are even protesting, and some of their antics deserve not just mockery, but condemnation. Statements in support of terrorist violence, exhortations for Zionists to be killed or worse, are contemptible, as are tactics that involve preventing other students from moving about campus and pursuing their own education. But critics of the campus left should not lose sight of the much greater threat, which is that campus authority figures, members of law enforcement, and even national legislators will act in a manner that gravely threatens the free speech rights of everyone. Indeed, in response to the protests, identity-obsessed busybodies are already working overtime to criminalize protests on grounds that offensive speech is a threat to the safety of Jewish students. Now, these are not new arguments. For years, university bureaucrats have subtly chipped away at their institution's stated protections for free speech by invoking dubious safety concerns. You might remember the concept of the safe space, a very real notion frequently invoked by progressive student activists that being forced to confront speech with which they disagree was a form of physical violence. In my first book, Panic Attack, Young Radicals in the Age of Trump, I traveled to college campuses and interviewed activists. What I learned was that for a variety of reasons, their upbringing, their ideology, their social circles, they did not want free and unfettered debate. They thought that outside speakers, professors, and even other students should be silenced for expressing non-progressive views. In fact, they viewed the university administration's role as that of a parent shielding them from painful speech. Administrators were all too happy to comply, and school after school took steps to shield their most unreasonable students from emotional vulnerability. Not all of these efforts are explicitly contrary to free speech principles, even though they were universally silly. 2016, for instance, the University of Pennsylvania created a safe space so that students spooked by Donald Trump's rise to the presidency could take time to breathe, play with coloring books, and pet some puppies. Duke University's 2016-era Safe Space, a production of the campus's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureaucracy, DEI, included the presence of a social worker. More perniciously, hundreds of campuses created bias incident reporting systems whereby students were instructed to call the campus authorities, in some cases the literal police, if they overheard anyone say something that could offend another person on the basis of a protected class, like race, gender, sexuality, or disability status. At Colby College, someone filed a bias incident report where they overheard the phrase, "on the other hand." With no explanation given, though I gather the ever-vigilant person worried that a one-handed person might take offense at that remark. So these developments on campuses produce widespread mockery for many Democrats as well as Republicans. Aside from a minority of extremely difficult young people and the administrators who coddle them, most people do not think the university's job is to protect students from having their feelings hurt. Enter Congress. Unfortunately, many elected officials are hypocrites, and during a perceived crisis like the one unfolding on college campuses right now, they are all too eager to pass bad laws. Case in point, on Wednesday, yesterday, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act by a margin of 320 to 91. This bill empowers the Education Department to take action against educational institutions that do not sufficiently combat anti-Semitic speech on campus. It also defines anti-Semitism incredibly broadly. Representative Thomas Massey, who voted against the bill, Republican, pointed out on X that political statements about Israel would be effectively criminalized if the bill became law. Some of the statements deemed impermissible include denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination with respect to a Jewish state, and, quote, applying a double standard to the state of Israel. Now, it should go without saying those are political judgments, but the First Amendment robustly protects that kind of speech, the right to disagree with the aims of the state of Israel or its government. This bill obviously flagrantly unconstitutional and moreover a clear violation of the idea that college students don't need protection from uncomfortable speech. Universities must protect their campuses from violence and harassment, whether that is motivated by anti-Semitism, some other political animus, or any other cause or no other cause at all. It's the action that counts, not the content of the belief. We don't criminalize thought crime. Now, the collective national media is obsessed with the campus protests, and understandably so, the spectacle of disproportionately elite, privileged young people resorting to histrionics, frequently amusing to general audiences. But people should feel free to mock them. Let's not forget, however, that U.S. Congress is using them as a pretext to grant vast new powers to federal bureaucrats with the explicit goal of enshrining into law a new right not to be offended. That would be one giant safe space.
Yeah, that's what so much of this has been about, vilifying people to justify criminalizing them. I mean, one could argue that the whole trajectory of the empowerment of our criminal justice state has been in response to the multi-hundred years long project of vilifying Black people and justifying a overly funded criminal justice system, which has created the largest incarcerated population on the planet, with 25% of the world's incarcerated people, despite only having 5% of the world's population here in the United States of America. And now there's a different target. I shouldn't say a different target, because historically, and I talked about this back when I was defending Marjorie Taylor Greene's call to defund the police, historically, 85% of intelligence agency targets, FBI, what have you, have been targeted against left-leaning activists, communists, socialists, people who have been fighting for the civil rights and liberties of marginalized people in the United States of America, and particularly for poor and working class people in the United States of America. And we've seen this trend really escalate in recent years, starting, I think, with the George Floyd movement back in, or not the George Floyd movement, the BLM movement back in 2014. Obviously, it escalated with the George Floyd protests in 2020. But again, those groups were vilified. The right-wing media and a lot of liberal media engaged in painting those people as folks who deserved the harsh arm of the law being applied to them. And now what is the outcome? We have a Fifth Circuit case which constructively makes it impossible to protest. We have laws that say you have to make a loyalty pledge to Israel to get a government contract in the South. And we have had multi-million developments like Cop City, where you're building military bases in Georgia to police the population that are being trained specifically by Israel. And now those troops are being used to put down students in the Atlanta area. You're seeing videos of Morehouse students being tased for protesting in Palestine that are very reminiscent of the kind of imagery we saw of Black people being having disproportionate force used against them by the police then. And so the question is, are Americans finally going to realize that allowing a draconian authoritarian state to manifest simply because it's going after someone you don't like isn't a very good idea? And of course, liberals can be charged with that kind of myopia too, when they see certain kinds of overreach being directed toward Trump-affiliated people and don't speak up. That is completely true and fair. But this is a big issue that nobody can look away from right now. When you see riot gear, bomb-proof tanks driving down the Upper West Side because a few dozen college students, unarmed, are peacefully standing in front of a building, when we're characterizing a broken window as something that is requiring the full force of the NYPD, and we're seeing an ideological push by those state-run institutions where they're not just clearing out a building, they're choosing to take down a Palestinian flag and to put up an American flag. That's not the police's job, right? When you see Eric Adams talking about these are terrorists, and you've talked so persuasively over the years about how national security interests are used to justify this kind of overreach. Well, now we're seeing the head of the New York, the mayor of New York and the head of the police calling students terrorists. And now there's a new lawsuit against Students for Justice of Palestine and some other groups, literally charging them under Terrorist Act and RICO Acts for the crime of speech. I said it in my radar last week, and I'll say it again. This is one of the most draconian moments that I've ever witnessed in American history. And I think you're really right to
and this
ring
is
the alarm.
An effort to put on the books more of exactly what you're describing, more more avenues for authority figures to bring charges or lawsuits or whatever it is against people exercising their First Amendment rights. And this bill specifically uses the International Holocaust Remembrance.
It's the same Democratic Party that always talk about, oh, we believe in free speech and you should be able to say whatever you want to say. No, they don't. They don't. They're a bunch of damn hypocrites. And they still want you to go out and vote blue no matter who.
Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, and the Anti-Defamation League, which we've criticized a lot, I've criticized and you've criticized, they say they actually don't support this definition being adopted in a legal context, although they support it for trainings. And of course, this is like a middle ground where this is going to be some legally mandated training or regime for universities that Congress is calling in. Anyway, I was glad to see people like Thomas, obviously a lot of progressive Democrats voted against it. Just 20 Republicans voted against it, including Thomas Massey. And I have seen actually some criticism from very right-leaning people like Matt Walsh and a few others. Charlie Kirk saying this is exactly how we create the new institution of our censorship on campus if this kind of thing goes forward.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it a hate crime to say anti-Zion, to be critical of Zionism. And some people were pointing out that it would make, there are kind of kinds of Judaism that also reject Zionism. So you're going to say whole categories of Jewish people based on their belief structure are also definitionally anti-Semitic. It makes absolutely no sense and could very well result in real harm coming to those groups as well. It's pernicious.
And what the hell is anti-Semitic? We are Semitic people, so how the hell are we can we be anti-Semitic? It's that bullshit, y'all. Straight up bullshit. But this is what the Democratic-controlled House, Senate, and presidency is in support of. So if you speak against the Zionist terrorist state of which Israel is, then you're going to be labeled a terrorist. And you could be indicted in some RICO charges. It's just ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. So, of course, our brother Professor Black Truth had to sound off on this. And he just did earlier tonight. So I'm going to play that next. It says, Black Columbia student barred for remarks about Zionism. So they banned this student just for speaking up about the terrorist occupational state of Israel.
This YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that.
They definitely don't want to talk about that,
now, the Sunday address. Before we jump into this evening's video, I want to make sure I give some credit to Mr. Harvey because he had posted about this over a week ago, and because
exactly why we should not be picking a side on any of this shit that's going on over there, because them mugs, they still exercise the same anti-black hatred against us as the Israelis, those damn Palestinians. And I keep getting reminded, shout out to the new black media, that where George Floyd was killed, that store, that was owned by Palestinians. So those are the ones that said that he was trying to pass a fake $20 bill. Just keep all that in mind, Black family. But I'm going to let Professor Black Truth give us the update on this. Columbia's campus protester apologizes. Now they got him on an apology tour because he said he wanted to kill Zionists.
The last week with the Weinstein trial being overturned and the other issues that came up, I didn't have a chance to comment on it, but he had some really salient remarks about this that I think needed to be expanded on, so I'm taking care of that now. You had this young black man who got himself barred from Columbia because of video comments that he made online. The white media, they were saying that he was an activist at first, and then in the very next story, they were saying he was a campus leader. Well, that escalated quickly now, didn't it? Now, I'm not going to repeat what the guy said exactly, but he was saying that Zionists need to be deleted. And I doubt that this guy's even been a fist fight or a food fight for that matter. And yet he was talking about, I don't fight to fight, I fight to kill. Dude, stop. A scrawny kid with glasses on an Ivy League campus hardly inspires fear from anyone. Right. If you were trying to act like a tough guy, the school you would have gone to was West Point or Annapolis. Then you probably could say something, but even then you'd have to actually get into the military before you have bragging rights. But this is what the guy was saying. It was obviously bluster, obviously hot air from a kid, but it was noticed and the school took it seriously, so he's been barred from Columbia now. Silly Negroes are forever trying to make themselves the center of attention, trying to do the most for everyone, except for black people. The white supremacists want to make black people the focus of this whole anti-Semitism thing. You know they get around to us sooner or later because they know that black people will galvanize the white supremacist ideological base. You scream about Arabs and people will notice, but they actually move if you go ahead and put black people in the crosshairs. Now, this kid didn't get a ton of attention for what he did, but the New York Times thought that it was salient enough to mention it. Nobody knew who he was before this, not like he was doing any interviews. I've seen pictures of him that are taken from his online videos, and he appears rather intersectional. Again, we notice that when young black people go into these white-dominated institutions, all kinds of strange things start happening with them. They start doing the most to prove how loyal they are to the powers that be. Same way we see bootlicks for the white media on the left and the right who do the same. If some white liberal is unhappy that Bill Cosby was rightfully released from prison, then Eli Mistal will get on TV and be cursing and raging to beat the band. If white
I wasn't with it, y'all, and that's why they banned me from the Aurelia campus, where they have protests going on right now, or these months we covered on the RBA in previous episodes, where they was trying to exercise their white privilege, and they got locked up and they put them in the men's cell or the men's pod because they identify as whatever the fuck. We don't have no pity for y'all. None. You're caping for all the wrong reasons. And these motherfuckers who protested for the genocide that's going on right here in this country. But they were sitting up here want to protest for mothers that have blatant anti-black hatred. But your black ass want to go out here and cape for these mugs. Clearly, you're not listening to the new black media because we've been telling you for at least 5 years now to take the goddamn cape off. So I'm gonna let Professor Black Truth continue. I just have to get that out.
Conservatives are whining about American slavery being taught as history class, because there were 250 plus years of American slavery. Then clowns like Mark Robinson will scream and yell and say that black people should pay America reparations, though he can't say how or why or even where the money's supposed to come from. This is what happens when people from an oppressed or subordinate group put themselves into arenas controlled by the dominant group, or dominant society, I should say. You start getting this kind of thing. People trying to prove that they're the good black. They're performing for the people who they want to be accepted by. And this is what happens when clout chasing goes wrong. Those non-black people that you're trying to be a hero to, they don't pay the price. Nope. You do. Black people who stand up for black issues, they aren't exposed to these kind of attacks. Sure, the white powers that be won't like it, but if they try to attack you by standing up for black interests, you've strengthened your ability to withstand those attacks.
Yep.
But that's only if black empowerment is front of mind for you.
That's right.
If instead you're focusing on winning approval from would-be peers in the dominant society, then you only care about what they care about. You have a young man here trying to play John Brown for people who would never do the same for him. Please show me the Arab or Palestinian individual who has decried the treatment of black Americans at any point and shown the same level of zeal as this young man did. Show me where during slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, the race riots, Black Lives Matters protests, any point where you had Arabs anywhere who were saying they would do anything to anyone over how we've been treated. You can't find them. No such creature exists. At no point with the global BLM protests did you see even one Arab country go to the ICJ and demand charges against the U.S. for its treatment of us. None of them lifted a finger or said a word. Nope. So from Mark Lamont Schill to the South African government to this misguided young man, too many black people are only too willing to jump out in front of the latest white liberal pet issue parade and try to play band major. Anti-Semitism on college campuses, to the extent that it even exists, is not some existential crisis. Right. You had white supremacists go to the University of Virginia in 2017, marching with tiki torches, reenacting a Nazi march, chanting, "Jews will not replace us," and blood and soil. That phrase was the motto of the German agricultural ministry under the Nazis. Yep. and those same Nazis on that college campus murdered a young woman. And yet these white media mouthpieces who we see in a lather right now, they weren't anywhere near this concerned about the actual documented anti-Semitism on college campuses in 2017 when somebody was actually killed. I guess that's because there were no black people to go after. People on that college campus were beaten and at least one person was murdered in 2017. The current protests haven't seen anyone killed, and other than a few fistfights off campus by non-students, there's been no physical altercations to speak of, nothing of any note. And yet they're going ape about it. And yet you got the white media trying to make sure that black people are shoehorned into this because there's an overarching objective that's at work here. I'll explain that later on in the video. Now, what prompted me to make a commentary about it was something that Mr. Harvey had said. The white media, people like Joe Scarborough and others, were saying they wanted to know where the black community was to speak up about anti-Semitism on college campuses. Well, where the black people are on college campuses is fighting against Ed Blum, who has been allowed to go on his little jihad to try to purge black people from every arena of society. I haven't seen the ADL or the International Holocaust Museum or the Israeli government or any of the individuals who Joe Scarborough has on saying anything about that. See, that's where your black support went to. You let trash like Ed Blum attack them. How many times has Joe Scarborough or any of these white media personalities anywhere devoted any time to that? Of course not. They say nothing. But they actually are setting up a trap when they ask a question about where's the black community have to speak on this. That's bait. Because if a black person does decide to comment on anti-Semitism and say that they oppose it, then the next question is going to be, do you denounce South Africa and Louis Farrakhan? And do you agree that the U.S. should keep sending billions to Israel while ignoring black communities in the U.S.? They already have that train set up from the jump. That's the real reason that they want some black person to speak up, so they can get a black person that they can put in front of the camera and say, now say our lines here. Black America doesn't need anything, and South Africa's in the wrong, and Louis Farrakhan, he's a real bastard. That's what they're doing. Meanwhile, nobody's going to bring anybody on. Nobody's going to put any of these individuals from the ADL. Jonathan Greenblatt's never going to be put on the spot about Ed Blum. Nobody's going to say, we need to talk about anti-black racism in the Jewish community. Goldie Taylor's not doing any pieces about that. What this is about is trying to bully, coerce, or intimidate black people into taking the side that white power wants us to take. There's no substitute for the moral legitimacy of the black American voice. So everybody tries to falsely connect themselves to our historical struggle and suffering. Everybody tries to make us lend our voice to their cause. But they'll be damned if they lift a finger or utter a peep on our behalf. Exactly. As black people, this is why minding our own business is so important. Whatever it is this young man thinks he's supposed to be so exercised about in Gaza, he could easily find the same conditions for black people here in the U.S. I already detailed those in my prior video on this channel about Biden's trip to Morehouse College. Negroes at Morehouse were ready to pounce on him about Gaza, but they weren't showing that same level of urgency for the existential crises, plural, crises, that we're facing right here. You say the Gazans are being starved for food and they're left to die of thirst. Well, I don't know how to break it to you, but from Flint, Michigan to Jacksonville, Mississippi, there's a number of water crises in black communities. These are man-made disasters, and nobody's being held accountable for it. And these crises were going on long before October 7th. This young man did something very stupid, but it also emphasizes another important lesson: the importance of leaderless resistance. A movement can be destroyed or discredited when it has leaders. People get behind a leader like Dr. King, and the movement becomes largely a cult of personality from then on. You try to use the leader like a horse, and his whole purpose is to pull your wagon to freedom. Well, that doesn't work, because the enemy realizes soon enough that if they shoot the horse that's pulling the wagon, then the movement comes to a stall. And that's exactly what the enemy did. The code has to be the leader. And you also have to be very circumspect about who you let around you. Someone who likes to be loud and boisterous, who comes into your chat rooms or comment sections, or calls you up and starts saying, brother, you just full of talk. I'm ready to do some action. When we gonna start deleting some of these so-and-sos? I got my guns and I'm ready to take some heads. Do you agree with me, brother? When some clown does that, I and others like Brother Tariq, we've told you that whenever you see people like that come among us, that's 3 red flags. You're dealing with an agent provocateur. This is someone who was sent to come amongst us to try to get us to do or say something that the enemy can use. You better be smart enough to recognize when someone's trying to bait you into saying something that the authorities can attach laws to. There are laws regarding that kind of thing. So when some fool shows up saying, we need to go ahead and do some violence, don't you think? First thing you should ask yourself is, who sent this person here? Now, I don't know if this young man is a government plant or sincerely foolish, or perhaps an odd combination of both. But either way, he now stands as an object lesson in why this kind of behavior is so foolish. But keep in mind, there's an anti-Semitism bill that's making its way through Congress now. And that's the reason that I decided to make this the subject of this evening's address. You got the Asians who had a hate crime law passed at the same time that Black people were and still are the overwhelming majority of hate crimes victims of this country. And now we're seeing similar legislation being put through Congress for Jewish people to protect their feelings on college campuses. And you have Richie Torres, who is part of the Immigrant Black Caucus, who's spearheading this. The white media makes sure anytime they talk about this, make sure to put that black guy, Richie Torres, put him out front there. He's an immigrant, but he's got the requisite amount of melanin, so the white media knows they can put him in front of the cameras, and most non-Black people will merely assume that he has some connection to our historical struggle, and he'll make sure that he intentionally and deliberately misleads people by saying things meant to fool you into thinking that he has a connection to our history when he doesn't. So Black people are being ignored totally by the politicians, and sadly a number of young Black people as well. And that's where this guy's foolish act plays into that. With anti-Black racists like Ed Blum attacking the presence of Black students on campuses, you have this anti-Semitism law that's going through Congress, and it's going to help to facilitate that process. Nobody from Israel is speaking against Ed Blum, nobody at the ADL either, nobody at the International Holocaust Museum seems to recognize the irony of the fact that an anti-Black zealot like Ed Blum is using the same methods of targeting people that the Nazis used. And Ed Blum has publicly said that he's doing this on behalf of Jewish students. Now, the story about this kid was a tempest in a teapot. I didn't really hear anything about it at all after the initial dust-up about it. But here you got a young man who put himself through a lot of needless grief for no good reason, and, albeit briefly, handed people antagonistic to us with something they could crow about. Black people, especially young Black people, need to pay attention to our own interests. If this young man or those who think like him had focused on Black empowerment, then instead of getting run out of Columbia on a rail, he would come from a group of people who would never throw away money or international political capital for Benjamin Netanyahu. And he would also come from a group of people who would have the power to prevent him from getting thrown out of school for what he says and keep the white media from putting a label on him. But he put the cart before the horse. First of all, he didn't mind his own business. Secondly, because apparently he thinks that scoring clout points with the white liberal cause of the day was more important. He doubled down on this foolishness by making statements that not only brought ill repute on the cause he was allegedly championing, but also he gave the people who run the school an opening to remove him from the campus altogether, so he's on the outside looking in. You don't win any fights like that. There's a lot to like about Generation Z. Yes, they're impulsive and frequently misguided, but they're young. That goes along with it. What do you expect? Thing I like about them is they're also very mobilized and active, something Generation X wasn't, and not too many of the millennials were. I hope that they, talking about Gen Z, add some discretion to their actions, because Generation Z also has the misfortune of coming of age during a time when social media drives the culture, and the coin of the realm is attention. Young, impulsive people, plus a culture driven by getting attention, and this is what you get. This is the problem with being economically strangled. It makes us prone to having our young, impressionable people identify more with the white liberals who are in the economic and social positions they want to be in, rather than identify with the Black oppressed group that they actually come from. I suppose it's only fitting that this fiasco took place at a university, an institution of so-called higher learning. Let's just hope that young Black people who want to become politically active actually take the right lesson away from all this. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Charlie, David Green, Dean Ballantyne, Daryl Webb, and Bobby Ross. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yes, it does. Alrighty, y'all. So, this is another reason why we said, stop caping for all these other goddamn groups in the very beginning. Apparently, he didn't get the memo. Thoughts, Lady J?
We should mind our own business. Again, I mean, they turn up on these college campuses. They got to suffer the consequences. And then you can't put a tent on the grounds, protesting. You know, you just certain things you can't get away with. Um, and all of that, but like you know what, they're in other countries. I don't see how you can say we force them to ceasefire or whatever, but they're in other countries that they don't necessarily have to listen. They'll take the fines or sanctions or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they don't care. They gotta want to stop. They gotta want to do it on their own. It's not like America's gonna be persuasive to get them to stop doing whatever. And these kids like they're trying to make a stance on shit when you know during some of those interviews or some of those videos with the protesters. Half of them didn't know what one word meant or what this meant, or they just know that they had to get active. And some of them, from what I've been seeing online, it looked like it's paid provocateurs.
So some more Soros shit.
Yeah, as of late, and then it's just one thing after another. But okay, fine. So you got everybody all these campuses across the states to do it. And you can't be upset that you went to jail. You can't be upset that you lost your schooling or not allowed on campus, or your parents are pissed off at you.
They gave them $15,000. That wasn't enough.
Well, they offered them, yeah, but they were like it wasn't enough. I don't know about anybody else, but it wasn't. I mean, I would think if they were trying to give them money to get off the property, then it would have made sense to me. You know what I mean? But they weren't. They weren't trying to do any of that. And not only that, but 15 grand for it. That maybe that they were talking only not even a third gets to the people there. It doesn't make any sense. They shouldn't be putting camps there.
A semester of of tuition.
But I don't think they care about that. They didn't run acting like their college education was in jeopardy, which I think is a big deal. Like, they should have been at least looked at like, well, you went to jail, you need to get suspended or something. Like, something bad. But I mean,
that type of shit that'll get your aid taken away.
Why would these young kids who watch the news and all this extra shit think it was okay to put a fucking encampment up there on that area where homeless people weren't even allowed to be?
Because they actually on the FAFSA, they ask you a couple questions about your criminal history, or criminal record, and shit like that. So yeah.
Yeah, it was like affected, but so they don't care, bro. They didn't get touched in any way Denver.
You talking about the area?
Yeah. Well, obviously that's the only college we're talking about.
That old boy running interference for the mayor, knocking mugs out the way, just pushing them out the way.
Yeah, they didn't get touched, like education wise.
Oh no.
They didn't get touched. All they did was go to jail and they cry on city council.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it wasn't like a big deal.
Well, the chief said they can't legally remove it.
No, he can't. He doesn't want to. He can say no. He's not a slave. He can say no. He don't want to do that shit. Especially when that's not a fucking sanctioned sweep. He's not even at the sweep. So he sets other people to do it. That's beside the point. He can say no. Especially when they didn't do their part the first time. They had a part to do. They didn't do their part. He can say no. He's not obligated to fucking go and do whatever the school says when the school says it. And he can say no. Like, you should be allowed to say no within your job because it looks like some bullshit. Plus, you're gonna have all these whiny motherfucking kids pulling the fucking trans card and doing the most and shit. Who wants to deal with that?
You gotta get that coin, Lady Che.
It doesn't matter if you gotta get the coin. You see, he picks and chooses.
Yeah.
He don't want to go through that again. Who does? I don't want to be surrounded by them little fucking devils. Like,
I know some little devils did not want to be interviewed by Jeff Hart.
They was over there crying, dude, on camera.
And they didn't want to be interviewed by Jeff Hart.
I don't know. But, I mean, like, why would you want to if you see how he's doing everybody else?
Right.
Like, he's specific. If you're not fucking a go along to get along motherfucking person, you're not gonna side with his motherfucking propaganda. Why would he want to talk to you? And if you're not a Democrat, then he can't be controlled. The fucking the kingmaker of kingmakers is rich.
Yeah, 7 donations.
He said he's rich. He can do what he wants. So let that be what it is.
We're actually poor when we ain't begging.
He said he's rich. We're not talking about us.
But he's rich and he's begging for 7 donations.
I said that because, like, you don't have to say that. I've said that. I'm saying that. What I'm saying is this, whatever. I'm just a civilian. I'm saying whatever I feel like it. But what it is he's rich. He don't have to do anything. But then little white kids all of a sudden don't want to chop it up. I guess from what you said, I didn't see the video, so I mean, kind of hurried. But I didn't hear him say outright, no, we didn't do that.
I distinctly remember at least one or two of them motherfuckers telling him directly to his face,
it doesn't even matter.
You're not interviewing me.
Even if he doesn't, they don't have to talk to him. And 90% of the time, the kids are practicing anti-black fucking nonsense. Anyway, there's just little miniature racist motherfuckers on the cover, and they probably don't even realize it. If you let them tell it, you know what I mean? Doesn't even matter. Like, why would you want to?
Right.
As a young man, why would you want to? Knowing what you know now.
Hell no.
See what I'm saying? And being knowing what I know now, well, what the fuck is the point? Just cause, if only if you're seeking the vote of white supremacy, I guess that'd be.
Because that is not a black platform.
But that has nothing to do with that. I'm just asking you, like, what would be the point of a young black person wanting to go over there on the show?
Because I think it's a black platform, and that they can get their message or story out, or whatever they got going on out. Like Professor Blacc Truth said, they're growing up in the era of social media, so everybody's clout chasing. That's all they see is a whole culture of it, of just showboating, what we call flossing. Except now they're flossing for the ground instead of for the block.
Not even adults want to go in there, so that's all right. Not doing anybody a disservice. They play themselves out. I mean, tokenizing and fucking, capitalizing on play is fucking, it's not a good look. Cooning up all the time.
Jay Millie's in the building.
Whatever, it's not a good look.
Let's crack a like and cuzzo.
What's going on, kid?
We're just finishing up with the DEI, the anti-Semitism bill that they're trying to pass through Congress right now. And Professor Blacc Truth is keeping us where we need to be at. Where the hell is the anti-black hate crime law and bill being passed through the goddamn House, Senate, and ultimately the president? Where is that? So we're going to keep the heat on them about that, along with the reparations.
Not be passed yet. Everything even touch nobody's hands because not enough. There's not any other.
And how the hell can Semitic people be anti-Semitic? And then they had this brother, whatever he identifies as, he's still black first. They had this brother out here caping for these goddamn Palestinians and shit was going on in Israel, and they trying to get him on RICO charges and terrorist threats. And all he said he wanted to off the Zionists. But what he left out is he wanted to annihilate white supremacists. So yeah, that's where we at with it. So I played the Hill video and then I just finished up with Professor Blacc Truth. So we're just giving our thoughts on it, Jay. So you came out a good time. Appreciate you staying up late with us, guys. And then we got the situation in North Carolina next. He said it's somewhere between here and Israel with the anti-black bill to hate and kick us out. Oh,
yeah. I said it's on the computer.
It ain't even been drafted because
it has our thing.
On our end,
that's what I'm talking about. That's the only thing I'm talking about. It said you haven't passed it yet. You haven't got it passed through.
No, I have to get them
That's
seats.
what I just said. I was making a joke because I was thinking.
I got it. Outside of us, it has not been drafted, nor promoted, nor pushed through the Congress. So we're gonna make sure that it definitely is, and we coming to Washington to get our goddamn check. Shout out to the FBA family. Got the goddamn check rally for reparations. June 15th. Juneteenth weekend. Get to DC if you can. It's going down. And shame on you, narc. How dare you try to have a reparations rally this month in D.C.? Oh, do nothing ass organizations. Oh, dead black bootleg organizations. Get out the goddamn way. Yeah, on Malcolm X's birthday, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna catch up.
Or the same week as.
Okay.
So yeah, the next I just said what the next topic was. You're so impatient. The North Carolina shooting. So in North Carolina there was a shooting. Well I guess it went AWOL. Shot motherfucking crackers. And killed a couple of them. And our brother Tim Blacc gonna give us the update on that and the fact that there's a disparity or a confusion with the narratives of race and media in crisis. Race and media narratives in crisis. So you know how the media always tries to paint us as we're so criminally prone and we're just so violent. But these must have killed what the most people in the history of the planet. Everywhere they go, they spread nothing but murder, death, and destruction. But they got the audacity to talk about our criminality. Oh yeah, the Musty Man runs that. That's what Musty Man said. He's sabbatical this weekend. Oh, good, great. Where's the round of applause? Huge. What do you mean? Oh, my bad. Y'all can hear it, but y'all can't see it. It's just him talking, though. As long as I can hear it, I don't matter. But
Oh, it's this is crazy. Now, first thing I want to do is I want to say, look, my condolences to the family of the officers.
I'm talking about.
My condolences to the loved ones. There were fathers. Some of these officers were fathers and husbands who left behind families, children that are going to be missing a place at the dinner table. And that's a horrific thing. So we should have some decency, right? And I don't want to hear that, oh, Tim, come on, Tim Blacc, cops kill people all the time. Not every cop kills people all the time. You know what I'm saying? Not every cop. So you don't know if these cops are the particular cops that are going around doing these particular things. So we're gonna be decent. Okay, we're gonna be decent and say that. We're gonna open it up by saying my condolences to the families. If you got a problem with that, this ain't the show for you. Because we don't do hate shit. We don't do hate shit. But we also don't kiss no ass. So hang in there and I'm gonna explain to you. Now, if anybody who's been unawares, man,
I think it was on the show.
This brother opened up
I mean,
fire
the chat this show.
Oh, okay.
on these officers. He had a warrant. They were looking for him. They had a warrant. They knew he had guns. At least a gun. They knew he had a gun because one of the charges that he had a warrant for was having a gun. So they knew the guy had a gun. They go in daytime, bright daylight, to serve a warrant on this guy who was basically trying to get off the grid, trying to hide from him.
Yep.
He's been on a run for a while after missing his court date.
Fugitive with justice.
Here's the thing about this that puzzles me. Why are you going to get this guy in the daytime?
Right.
If you know he got firepower. Now, I know they can do that. I'm just saying, like, why'd that happen? I mean, they went to Breonna Taylor's house in the middle of the night. And all she had was, shit, they were just looking for drugs or something. I don't know what they were looking for, but they didn't think they thought she lived alone and that there were no weapons in the house. And they still went in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You went to this guy, Terry Clark Hughes Jr. I'm just going to call him Hughes. Terry Hughes. They went to Terry Hughes' house during the middle of the day. They knew he had guns because the warrant that they're looking for him for is gun related.
Is he related to
October 21st, after getting a call, officers reported they found Hughes asleep at the wheel of a car in the middle of the road with his hand on a gun sitting in his lap. So they called for backup. They gave him verbal commands. They were able to verbally talk him out of the car, putting the guns down. They recovered a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, 24 rounds of ammunition, a magazine, and marijuana. They possessed him. They charged him with possession of a firearm by a felon. He was a felon because he committed a robbery back in 2009. But after that, he posted a $30,000 bond and vanished. See, a lot of the channels that are covering this aren't covering this. They just aren't. They're not covering it well. I just gave more information than this. And believe me, I went through several articles. I listened to several newscasts. To get all of that I just gave you took me about 4 hours.
I believe it.
Not constant time, but I'm saying, like, read this article, read that article, watch that clip, read this article, watch that clip, looking for more information. Tell me something about this guy. Tell me more about Terry. I want to know why this guy did this. I want more information. All I keep hearing was he's a career criminal. A career criminal convicted of burglary? 2010? He had a lengthy rap sheet of mainly BS. The only real crime he got was the burglary charge. Like, the only substantial crime that I found was the burglary charge back in 2009, for which he did his time.
Jesus Christ.
My understanding, he worked as a technician, electrician for 15 years. He didn't do that 15 years of work in jail. He did it out.
Jesus, this is a setup.
So I'm not sure exactly what kind of investigative reporting the investigative reporters are actually doing, because they're doing some garbage work. But anyway, back to the story. So remember, this brother, Terry Hughes Jr., he shot 8 cops. He killed 4 cops. This is a bad dude. This is really a bad dude. Not the bad dude that Joe Biden said Corn Pop was. This is really a bad dude. Ain't no bicycle chains. This guy got guns. And the cops know he have guns. Right? The cops knew he had guns because that's why they're looking for him. Because of the incident where he had a gun with extra clips in the magazine, 24 rounds, sitting on his lap, sleeping in the middle of in the car in the middle of the street.
And yours is that damn near 11?
You'll go to this brother's house. I'm going to go to this brother's house.
Fuck.
To surprise him with shit, unless it was dark and we did it covertly.
14 years.
But okay.
At his house? Like,
okay.
Really trippy.
This is where Joe Gibson is from. Too.
So tactically, this was a shit show. Tactically, this was horrible. What happened? Yeah. This could have been avoided big time. It could have been avoided if he just wouldn't have shot at the cops.
That motherfucker
right? But it could have also been avoided if the cops had better command. Who did this? Who commanded this operation?
The tether anchor, baby. Yeah, because they hella done.
I'm also questioning
14 years you couldn't.
how Terry knew they were coming. Because Terry Hughes Jr. shot at the cops on their way up the driveway.
Shout out to you, because I could relate like a motherfucker.
He stopped busting before they got to the door. He was in his top window. It's a 2-story house. He was in the top window, gunning down on them as they came to the house, approaching. So
don't have to be very.
He had them outpositioned.
At all.
He had them at a total disadvantage to begin with.
Just get through the academy. That's it.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No matter how.
They were in a standoff for about 4 hours.
They'll hire anybody right now.
He was in a superior position the whole time. They end up running one of those military type vehicles into the house in order to.
They're going to enforce racism and white supremacy.
Get a closer shot at him or whatever.
That's what they're signed up to do.
Don't pay good. Don't do it.
So Terry Hughes.
It's not worth it.
Was not the only person home. He was there with a child, well, a young woman who was 17 years old, and an older woman. That I don't know if they're renting it, if they're what relation they are, but they were cooperating with police. They are not considered suspects. And as far as the cops know, there was only one shooter. And that one shooter was Terry Hughes. Terry Hughes.
KRS-One at that moment.
Now, I'm not giving you all that information to mess with your head to make you think that I'm suggesting, right, that this was a good guy or that Terry Hughes was right in any way. Now, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is tactically there are a lot of mistakes made. What I'm saying is they're not giving you this information because, one, it makes cops look pretty bad. I believe. I believe they're not telling you really what happened because how horrible it makes the police officers look. Look like they really took this guy. It just discounted him and said, what the hell?
Yeah, for 14 years.
Now, I realized that this took place in North Carolina, and I realized that Breonna Taylor, that took place in Kentucky. But what I'm saying is,
you don't play music.
Big difference in how they were treated. I mean, they came with 15 officers for Breonna Taylor, it seemed, in the middle of the night. And for this guy, was it 4 officers originally in broad daylight? So clumsy that they get spotted coming up to his door? I'm trying to understand how this makes sense. But okay, let's move on. Let's move to the real good part.
It sounds like a setup to me.
Set up.
I'm wondering, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna need y'all to help me out in the comment section.
Oh, man. I was like,
help me out with this.
Shit that day.
I wonder what happened to Terry. What happened to Mr. Terry Clark Hughes Jr.? When I say what happened to him, I mean, I know he got shot dead. I know he got blown away by the cops eventually, but what I'm saying is, I mean, what happened to him?
He had enough. That's what happened to him.
What made him do this?
Felt threatened?
Did he lose his job?
Got scared? I mean, I don't know.
Maybe he was depressed.
A threat coming up my driveway.
Was he depressed or did he lose his job or something? Did he just, break up with his wife or his wife leave him, take the kids? He had a mental break. Yeah, mental break. Off his medication. Taking some of those SSRIs or whatever, SS something. What's the name of those pills? Those pills that alter your brain chemistry. That like 40% of Americans are on. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what caused him to do this. Was he haunted by ghosts?
Talking about psychedelics.
Maybe he was believing some QAnon theories or something. That happens, People who stop thinking these QAnon stuff, think this is the end of the world. They got to defend something or fight back against.
That's what he said, cuz.
The zombie people, was it the Alex Jones? Alex Jones called them the frog people or whatever it is. The lizard people. Yeah, maybe he thought these were the lizard people.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was touched as a child. Was he a loner? Was he picked on in school? I mean, I'm just rattling off to you all of the things I hear when the shooter's a white guy. Yeah, when the shooter's a white guy, we get to hear all these stories. We get to get all these different scenarios, all these different narratives of what happened that caused this white guy to do this. Maybe it's possible. Maybe he, I don't know. Maybe he was beat as a child. His father put cigarettes out on him and mistreated him. He's been bullied his entire life. Where's his manifesto?
King Supers and Boulder.
I'm just pointing out that that's what happens when it's a white guy. I'm going to check some of you black folks out there. Hope this is ringing in your ears. Because I hear a lot of this type of hypothesis going on about Terry Clark Hughes. Yeah, people weren't saying this. They were just saying, he's black. Black men are violent by nature. So the rule is this. Black people don't get backstories. We don't get narratives. No one asks questions when it's a black guy who ends up shooting up a bunch of people. This guy, but he was black. That was it. That's why he did it.
Guilty.
On to the next one. No one asks. No one needs to know anything. He was black, therefore, this is what you get.
This is what his criminal record.
Go on X, this great platform. Let's see what their reasons
on him or her.
He's black. Black people kill everybody. Black people are dangerous. You can't count on them. Black men are dangerous and violent by nature. Black women are promiscuous and sexualized by nature. Boom, bing, bop, boom. End the story. Moving on. Right? Isn't that what it is? They don't do this to black shooters. They don't give black shooters backstories, narratives. When they're the underdog, when something happened to them, they were a victim of society, or even loners. Loners that always had an issue, something was wrong. He was, always victims.
Yeah.
Black people are just victim creators, not victims themselves.
Right.
Yeah, when a white man shoots up this many people, shoots this many cops, people are baffled. Well, why do you do that?
Like a bueno.
Why did he do that? There had to be a reason what they do to him. When he's black, they're like, why did he do that? You know why they do that. You know why you do that.
They want to serve him a warrant, and he was
exactly why you do that. Why they do that.
7, 8 of them motherfuckers. They try to serve him with a search warrant.
I just want that to sit there for a minute, man. I want that to sit there for a minute, kind of just hang in the air a little bit.
There's never any justice.
You know?
Just
because that's the society that we have. That's what we have. We can't even look at our criminals the same way. Racism is so bad in America, we got different tiers for criminals. We look at criminals different. Even a white killer is considered more human than a black criminal. Hell. I mean, nothing from nothing. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Dog. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This is gonna probably make some of you black guys with some of you green black guys, black women, and men who are eternally optimistic. Gonna probably make you kind of depressed and also reflexively want to reject what I'm about to say, but even a white killer is more human than a innocent black man. Yeah. I mean, Daniel Penny comes to mind.
Right.
Daniel Penny's the Marine who killed an unarmed homeless person with mental issues on a train because he got loud. Mm-hmm. And more people more concerned if Daniel Penny's going to be okay.
The tethers was helping him out, too.
Because he choked the life out of a homeless man who was getting loud, and people were worried that he might actually be as violent as the white guy. But he never actually put hands on anyone. And you should see the comment sections on my Facebook when I said the white guy who's the Marine who put the illegal chokehold, he shouldn't have put any chokehold because it's a civilian. He's not in the Marines on a run. He's a civilian on a fucking New York train. Could have kept his hands to his damn self. You gotta wait till a guy does something if you're gonna make a citizen's arrest. You can't pretend to be Minority Report and make a preemptive assault, citizen's arrest, and then not let go of the guy until he's dead. He never regained consciousness.
Never.
But people humanize Daniel Penny.
Yeah, they donated $2 million to him.
Hell.
Or
Jordan Neely.
$2 million.
That's his name. About to say, I can't even remember the dead black guy's name.
Jordan Neely.
But I just did, Jordan Neely.
Michael Jackson impersonator.
So yeah, I guess I can make that statement because I've been doing this long enough that I've been covering enough stories. I got enough planks of wood on the fire to be able to say to you, without any hesitation, that a white killer gets treated with more respect than the dead, innocent black man. But back to our story. What really did happen here? You know, another thing that's also depressing about this story, other than we got 8 people that were shot, 4 that are deceased. My condolences to their families once again. Is that there are people that you can find on the internet right now going, there's got to be more to this story. That's how much they don't trust their news. That's how much they don't trust their media. Mm-hmm. Don't trust it. They believe that there is something they're not telling us. I mean, at first they wouldn't release a picture of Terry Hughes because I guess they were white people crazy, you know. For all the talk about how dangerous the brothers are, we ain't never flooded a town. we never blew up white businesses or flooded towns or blew up white churches.
Right.
That's just a little bit about history. So they got to be careful when they release the pictures of the blacks when they commit crimes because there's always a old Ford truck or old Chevy trucker, good old boys that'll jump in it and just pick up random black people for a little fun. Well, I hate to bring it down, but I got to point this out because I got a feeling no matter where you go on the internet, whatever channel you frequent that you give all your viewership to, should be over here with this. It's a Tim Blacc show. They ain't going to give you this type of commentary on this particular issue. I don't think they will, Johnson. Yeah, I'm not saying that these officers deserve to be killed. Nobody deserves to be killed
in the no black media space.
Doing your damn job.
We're not even mentioning this.
Unless you're trying to kill others while you're doing your job or something. Like, I want to leave the room there because everybody want to fight. Everyone wants to fight for their lives. And everyone has a right to fight for their own survival. So I want to leave that caveat in it. But no, I'm not justifying at all what happened. What I'm saying is, why we got such a discrepancy in how these types of events are reported? Why don't we ask the same questions regardless of the color of the killer? We will find out little to nothing about this killer. There's very much to find out. And the same old true for all those white guys that do all that killing too. But they create backstories to make it palatable because the psyche of Americans is so contaminated with the idea of white supremacy and all this shit. They can't just give you the stories of a bad white guy. That ain't enough because the cognitive dissonance won't let them process that in their minds.
Yep.
The white guy could just be a bad white guy. As easily as Terry Hughes could just be a bad black man. All right, guys, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
Let's do that.
Man, I love my job, man. I love my job. I love it when I can do a story.
I'll stop it right there. All right, Lady Chain, what are your thoughts on this situation up in Joe Gibson's neck of the woods?
I just think that, when is it okay to actually protect yourself? And why did they come like 14 years later? And like, obviously he wasn't doing shit this time. It's just at home. But what led him there for real? Because they really wanted to get him. They had 14 years to do it. Why didn't they do it? And when is okay? When should we be able to like defend ourselves when we feel threatened? They act like we're not allowed to defend ourselves when we feel threatened at all in any way. And you're supposed to be cognizant that that's the law coming up the driveway. Could be anything nowadays, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, like, why is it not okay to defend your property when they can do it? I mean, not necessarily knowing that it's them. If he saw them coming up, and before they even hit the door, like, what's to say that he didn't feel like an invasion was about to happen?
Because they still view us as the property.
What I'm saying is, like, the reasonable doubt could be played as he didn't know. It was just how many felt threatened. You didn't know what they were because they're not like they're announcing it like down the block.
Everybody has the right to self-defense except black people.
What I'm saying is they didn't announce it. They
No,
didn't announce it.
it was
So
a
why? Like,
no-knock
why is
raid.
it? Yeah.
It was a no-knock warrant, no-knock raid.
They didn't even knock. They didn't get a chance to knock.
That's I just said, no knock.
But they didn't get a chance. They didn't even hit the door. They were in the driveway. That's what I'm saying. So why is it not okay to defend your property? That's where I was going with that.
It depends on the state. Certain states they allow that shit. Certain states don't.
Does this state have a don't protect your fucking house rule? That's the argument right there. Because if they didn't even make it to the fucking doorway, they barely made it on the driveway, and he bucked at him and killed 4 of them.
It constitutes the capital doctrine.
Well, can we just ask that question? That's the easy question.
Castle doctrine.
That's my opinion. That's what I thought. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Thoughts? Yeah, dialogue with you.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was a donor type situation, but
what's that?
They got what was coming to him. I don't know pity for these mugs.
I mean, where did they kill him or what?
Did they kill the brother?
Or did he go to jail? Like, oh.
He's still in jail.
So he is in jail.
Story.
He is in jail.
He posted bond.
No, but he's alive and he's in jail.
Yeah. Well, he posted bond.
He got really lucky. He got really lucky, man.
This happened like a week or 2 ago.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, I remember reading it in the paper.
Yeah, so I ain't got no pity for these race soldiers. Good. Hopefully it's just a freaking example.
Alive, because it could have went the other way.
Yeah, easily. But like I said, everybody got the right to self-defense, but us.
I don't think you should let that stop us from defending ourselves.
No, hell no.
Because whatever they have, we should have.
Right.
And if they can't acknowledge it, you just have to take it. Make them acknowledge the same thing for just them as well as it is for us. Even if they don't enforce it, and that's why it looks like that. You just have to force it, make it good. I mean, you might have to sit in jail for a minute.
I'll shut it down. Unfortunately, okay. So I'm gonna move us along because it's like after 1 here, and we still got a couple topics. So the next topic should be quick. The first U.S. bank to fail in 2024. Philadelphia's Republic First Bank closed by regulators. And if we have time to Lizzo, I want to get to the Lizzo shit.
Why?
Because it's entertaining. Because I guess. So the black protester, she was referred to as Lizzo by the white supremacists on Mississippi's campus.
with the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Oh my God. Yeah. I guess.
And then this damn racist ass pastor called himself going off on Ketanji, or as we call her, Ketunji Brown Jackson. but that's only if we have time. So, all right. So to the bank situation in Philly. So the first U.S. bank to fail in 2024, Philadelphia's Republic, closed by regulators. So Lisa's gonna give us the update on that.
Ladies and gentlemen, another bank collapse in the city of Philadelphia, Republic First Bank. The first bank failure for 2024. We had several of them last year, if you remember, and they were like crashing one after another. Well, now here you can add another bank in the country filled with high IQs. They continue to do poor in banking and got a horrible track record historically. If you go back and look at the history of this country, there have been multiple financial crashes, and they keep having them over and over and over. So really, it doesn't matter what kind of money you give these people, they're going to F it all up anyway.
Yeah.
That's what it tells me. So regulators closed Philadelphia-based Republic First Bank, first U.S. bank failure this year. The bank failure is expected to cost a deposit insurance fund $667 million. Wow. So regulators, they have closed the Republic First Bank, a regional leader operating in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. The FDIC said Friday that it had seized the Philadelphia-based bank, which did business as Republic Bank, and had roughly $6 billion in assets and $4 billion in deposits as of January 31st. Fulton Bank, which is based in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, agreed to assume all of the bank failed deposits by essentially all of its assets. This is according to the agency. Republic Bank, 32 branches will reopen as Fulton Bank as early as Saturday. Republic First Bank depositors can access their funds via checks or ATM as early as Friday night. This is according to the FDIC. The bank's failure is expected to cost the deposit insurance fund $667 million. The lender is the first FDIC insured institution to fail in the U.S. this year. The last bank failure was Citizens Bank, based in Sac City, Iowa, and that was in November. In a strong economy, an average of only 4 or 5 banks close each year. Raising interest rates and falling commercial real estate values, especially for office buildings grappling with a surge of vacancy rates following the pandemic, has heightened the financial risk for many regional community banks. Outstanding loans backed by property that have lost value, making them a challenge to refinance. Last month, an investor group, including Stephen Mnuchin, who served as the U.S. Treasury Secretary during the Trump administration, agreed to pump more than $1 billion to rescue New York Community Bancorp, which has been hammered by weakness in commercial real estate and growing pains resulting from its buyout. So the Republic Bank is regional, and it's got a whole list of their banks all over New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, a total of 32. Wow. That's a lot of banks.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised, y'all. I mean, this economy is not as well as they claim. And like I said, I think we've been in a recession. They won't admit it. Housing is definitely in a recession, and the inflation is still high. Everything is high out here.
Right.
And you don't see Biden taking no big steps and trying to do something about the inflation. He'll just, kind of talk about it a bit, but he never does anything. He doesn't do anything about the inflation no more than he does anything about all these illegals coming across the border. This man ain't about nothing. He really, truly isn't. And I'm not surprised, y'all. It'll be more bank failures this year. This is far from the only one. It's amazing how these people keep boasting about everything they can do, but we're seeing all these failures go on around them. And every 100 days, they're blowing $1 trillion. I mean, and no matter how much these folks talk about debt, they deep down, they don't give a damn about debt. Because if they did, they would not keep spending the way that they do. It's almost like they know the debt is there, but they have chosen to ignore the debt and keep on doing all this reckless spending. That's what they have decided to do. And they don't care about debt. But when it comes down to your own personal debt, they don't want to hear nothing. You're supposed to have immaculate credit. You shouldn't have a lot of debt. They want you in a certain state while they recklessly spend and just disregard all of the debt that the country's in.
Score all that stupid shit.
I mean, it is a big, big joke, for real. But hey, these are the ones that are running it, and you see how they're running it. They're running everything into the ground.
Yeah, they are.
So, y'all, you're going to have to let me know what you think of this latest bank failure, and you could best believe a lot more are coming. This is far from the only one. And don't be surprised if there's several of them by the time we reach the end of the year. And see, that's what happened last year. And you remember when these small banks were collapsing, everybody started running and taking all their money out of the small bank and going back to the big mega bank. And they're really no better.
They're no better.
Seriously, they are no better than the small banks. If anything, they are far worse. And they're always paying out on class action because they're sitting there doing all kinds of illegal things and banking. So it's a mess all the way around. You really can't trust anything these folks do.
Nothing.
But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video and the latest bank failure in America. Please leave your comment.
Yeah, please do the same for Frontline Black News, the revolutionary agenda, and Shabaka's Black experience and his. All right, ladies, what are your thoughts on this first U.S. bank to fall or fail in 2024?
I'll treat it like the schools failing. I mean, they know they're doing it. It's like this is kind of intentional. It feels like, I feel like America should be so demanding about people paying their bills, and they are
Clearly
debt,
don't.
and they do the most, but they're in everybody's business and they can give money out wherever, but they can't take care of their own country. I mean, that's just stupid. The other thing is that they've been closing these banks down, like she said. White people get upset and they get nervous. As far as them paying the reparations, I think that there's not. I think that we don't have enough codified individuals in there on any of the three. This is my opinion, just like off of like what I'm seeing. I don't see enough codified at all, like hardly any codified B1
just in our state alone.
in any branch of the
government.
Yeah,
it's the government.
As far as like our local area, I mean, you see how they're moving. You can't even tell them anything without tell a black person that's working in the government, except for like one person that I know personally. You can't tell them in the government that they're that you need black things, because they have to be inclusive, and especially if they're Democrats, they don't know how to listen they act very pro-black outside until you start saying things that they necessarily don't agree with their the inner
Party's
whiteness,
agenda.
their agenda, yeah. And then all of a sudden they want to get mad and yell at you and tell you, that you didn't see things or that you didn't see things clearly.
That you're
or
stupid.
You're
That they know
ignorant,
better than you.
they know more, etc.
You don't know politics.
Right. I mean, it's just a big fucking headache for me. I got a headache just thinking about
You don't know how the
fucking
laws
nonsense.
work and all that
Right.
dumb shit.
There you go.
Start talking down to you all condescendingly like, yeah. So to hell with them. They need to go too.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole damn Congress needs to go. The whole government needs to go, really.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to help usher that in. So, yeah, as far as the bank situation, I have to fortunately set up a bank account for this run for HD8. I don't know what the fuck I want to go through. I don't trust none of these motherfuckers. And apparently they don't trust me. So, it makes it extremely hard to get that done. But we're going to get it done. Unfortunately, I prefer a credit union over a bank any day. So we might go that route. But they're about to close down the one by my house because it's too active over there, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you and your lady ain't over there over by where I'm at because it's real active. It's real active. Oh, speaking of which, I seen Walter. He was all fucked up. He was on a moped too, all fucked up. He had just got into an accident. And he was heading over there to the what they call it now, the tumble tree.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be $104 a night to stay there, and now it's just Beirut. All right, shout out to the viewers. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us. So I'm gonna move us along because he's definitely pressed for time now. We are on. Oh, the Lizzo situation. So, for if you've been living under a rock or I don't know what the fuck, just disconnected altogether. There's been protests all over the country on this Palestinian-Israeli shit, and on the Ole Miss campus down in good old Mississippi. These white supremacists got mad at this sister who I believe she was just trying to get through the shit. And they started hackling her because she was like, look, y'all need to move. Y'all in my way. I'm trying to get to class. What the fuck? And they started heckling this sister and calling her Lizzo and all kinds of shit, right? Calling her a bunch of niggers, nigger bees and all that. So I'm going to let that play next once I find it.
You don't own shit, white folks. You just a visitor there too, so motherfucker want to go to their class. Let's get out the way. Doesn't have to be like as dramatic as that shit was. I mean, that shit looked pretty motherfucking dramatic, and it was just a still picture. It's just a still picture that I see.
There's an actual video though. I think it's on Twitter. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up while she's talking. But Lisa's gonna give us the update. Let me share this.
Oh, I'm glad you think so, Jay. I'm glad you think they're funny out there, not here. That's what I say too. That's why I don't fuck with them.
Right.
I don't talk to them at all.
At all.
I just can't do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this black woman went out to protest. And what happened to her? It became rowdy, it became racist, and both sides turned on her. Now, the ones you see taunting in the picture, these were the pro-Israel protesters.
Look like a whole clown.
They were the most
He did
brutal
a whole
to
clown.
her.
Here's the video.
And the pro-Palestinian protesters, some of them even part.
Right. We don't. We need to remain neutral on the whole situation. But
Oh,
fuck out. Got nothing to do with stuff like that. Like, I think sit down, yeah, let it change. What's
I mean, you have to say I mean, honestly, like, there's not, you don't have you can't really say why you want to say that. Like, first of all, this shouldn't have nothing to do with not, not even on this.
you know, like, very well pleased.
Like, like if you was now, that's just, I don't have it.
Look at that. That's gorgeous shit, bro. He got a goddamn overall jumpsuit. American flag.
He's right.
And I must play it right now. So that's the sister right there. And these motherfuckers is heckling and jeering, making a mockery of her. They gonna start calling her Lizzo and shit.
Don't they think they don't look stupid right here?
Look, they're making monkey noises. When the police is on her, they ain't telling these motherfuckers nothing.
Like this, I mean, like those,
All white piggies.
why should you?
Look, they're all like a teeny tiny shit.
What's that?
I think this makes them look bad. I mean, this is very, very anti-black, very racist. You can't see now why you motherfuckers is the devil to us. I mean,
Right.
now, is that wrong? No,
Look, he
that ain't
making
wrong.
monkey noises and shit. This
Yeah,
motherfucker
now
on
can
the.
you understand why we treat you the way you? Why it's like motherfuckers like me don't see you.
Right.
And we not paying attention to you. You get talked to, crazy. Like fuck, man, you see that shit?
Mm-hmm.
So like, hey, I ain't go. Oh, never about. I double down. Yeah. fucking bullshit. So nah, it ain't that the way to do that. Well, I'm like I'm making it so. You heard? Like no, you heard? Whatever. Fuck that shit. Be like, damn, like, why you crying? Are you fucking serious? There's one woman against all fucking white people. They could be very like, all yellow and shit, all red in their face, blacking away. You know, glasses, all these looking. No melanin was white douchebag. Looking wearing fucking shit. All this bare ass motherfucking hair and this fucking feminine legs and shit. There ain't no fucking that going on, but they got the hard shit. Yeah, looking all fucking deep ass fucking shit. Floating right there. They got shit. It's like goddamn mom, all these people just jiggly. And white people jiggle too. Oh, they got the yellow. Y'all look like motherfucking stupid ass any other motherfucker sitting on fucking. Yeah, you look like that's how you gonna look at them.
That's their grandkids.
Motherfucking fat asshole. You're all gonna be fucking fat 40-year-olds here shortly.
That's their grandkids.
Fucking ignorant fucks.
That's their grandkids.
Man. You were show up in force.
Right.
Stand there. And what? You feel very, very good. That's right. And that motherfucker representative or something. I didn't school and everything. Why not? What you gonna do? Nothing. That they gonna do? That's the cost of being black these days. It seems.
Mm-hmm.
Don't. But they that's good. That was mad race. I hope you caucus with. Why did they prefer to pass it?
This is 2025. But you see pictures like this from 1924 of them doing the same shit.
Don't worry about it, baby. August will be here shortly. August
during a lynching.
You know, when August comes, then you can go ahead and go outside. It's full of summer and it's always Black August. Black August will turn up the most. Don't worry, it's coming.
Remember, what was your boy, Jerry Jones?
Like, no, serious. When you fucking just lined up whatever. Everybody else does. Go outside campus, cause Crips. Show up like this. And everybody else is doing shit. Or they look just showing up. Yeah. Stupid over there. Dude, that's cold camera pointed out. She's over there galvanizing motherfucking program.
You're black family. Nothing to do with this.
Yeah, go with the roll call and get it out. That's definitely I'd be like, I was scared.
I feared for my life.
Like there's so many Damn, I didn't know if I was gonna live.
Right.
I was by myself. The fucking representative right here. Also white. He kept trying to move me around and whisper in my ear.
And the
bad
police
things.
got all up in my face.
Police
They
said they were
wasn't
gonna
telling
hurt
them
me if I
nothing.
stayed right there. I mean, I tried to get it on camera, but these white fuckers right here, those lobster baked fucking under the sun, overly cooked fucking whiteys, were over there fucking yelling in the camera. Man, I couldn't go to it, so like man,
Those honkies
they
over
was
there.
trying to move me around. I'm trying to just get to over there to go to my class.
Those goddamn
I
Peckerwoods.
felt like they were trying to segregate me again. Real shit. I was like, they were calling me all kinds of names. I mean, I didn't talk about their fucking feminine hips and shaved legs and shit. None of them are on swim team. Let's keep that real. I've seen their parents come out. I've seen their parents. They look like their mother, built like a fucking flabby pear. Shit, motherfucking. There's no reason for a white man to be walking and his legs jiggle like that. I'm just saying. Wear coochie cutter shorts, man. Thank God our brothers cover up. I'm just saying. I don't need to see all this pink flesh and shit. It's just making my stomach hurt. They have the audacity to talk about my weight. Who wants to eat after looking at this? That's what I'm saying. Kind of like, I was talking about my motherfucking weight. Motherfucker, you couldn't gain no muscle. It's all fucking fatty flab. You got your mama's hips and your mama's legs, and your fucking, you got man titties and shit. You just stop it, cause you could build muscle if you wanted to. Oh, fucking pinky ass motherfucker, flesh looking ass motherfucker. Shit's pink. Everything's pink about it, because that is not attractive at all. And they can talk to us about it. Fucking old blonde hair, red hair, fucking ginger, fucking weirdos, fucking low testosterone, small little dick with energy and shit, try to get big and bad and make sounds at a motherfucker. Eat a dick. You probably do anyway, because you guys are so close.
Yeah.
You know, your little pink fraternities.
Do strange shit for the fraternity.
Yeah. You wear coochie cutter shorts in 90-degree weather. You know you ain't got nothing going on there if you wear coochie cutter shorts. Like, for real. Look at that picture, dude. Like, all these people over right here wear coochie cutter shorts. And there's those shorts, you can do better than that. Like, you motherfuckers wear swim trunks and shit.
They in the
Like,
south.
you are not doing anything.
It's humid.
Give a fuck. There's nothing going on over there. It's all like little,
That's where
canned sausage type shit.
Vienna sausage.
And that's why they sold Bolden. That's why they sold Bolden via to his sister's face and shit, knowing goddamn well they be trying to holler at her late night when she see her in the library, trying to get up in it and shit, trying to talk shit. Man, shut up. Shut up, fucking weird ass cocky boys, fucking loose meat motherfuckers. Let's stop it. Just stop. We could go in all day.
To compare her to Lizzo.
Man, that's you know why they did that? Because they're not seeing anything. They just see that she's a plus size woman, right? But that she probably wasn't even bothering nobody. They just had to go bother her. And I'm like, okay, cool. But I'd be like, this motherfucker, that motherfucker right there, he been trying to touch me all year long. And these police officers, they know better. He would definitely try to walk me in at night. They were talking shit. I could go like 8 different ways with this.
They
sexually harassing me. I can't even go to my locker without one of them trying to squeeze my butt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, are they able to talk you bad about me? And then, what? I mean, these outdated monkey noises. I mean, come on. Like, that's all you got. You probably got that from your daddy, who got it from his daddy, who got it from his daddy, who's also a bitch. Yeah, loose fucking leg meat and shit, man. Come on, stop that, cuz. Like, oh, fucking non-working out, fucking lazy-ass fucking energy. Man. Fucking.
Yep, down there in good old Miss.
What's that website?
I think they lynched a lot of black people down there.
Over there reading 4chan during class and shit. Yeah, come on now. We see you. You know I have to call Malik.
It's just the old crackers we gotta worry about. No, we gotta worry about these young
you gotta worry about the young ones, because the young ones that picked up that fucking racial white supremacy clan mentality fucking since birth.
Yeah. It was passed down.
The motherfuckers hunting and shooting and chasing and fucking with black people since
shooting coon.
they could. They could. Because they think they're white.
Coon
They
and
say so,
possum.
and their family working either on the school thing or working politics or some higher position over black people that they can go ahead and get away with that shit. That's a like legacy thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, my daddy worked on police force. What you gonna do? He gonna arrest you. You know, that kind of crazy shit. I'm be like, man,
that's
that's
privilege.
cool. That's
that
cool.
white-
I'm just
that's
gonna
part
make
that
calls
goes
with
along
a
with
whole
that
bunch
white
of militant
privilege.
motherfuckers sitting on your porch. What
Yeah,
you gonna
she
believe about
could
that?
definitely cracking like that.
I'd be like, well, I guess you're gonna have to do what you're gonna do. I guess somebody have to make a phone call to the Black Panthers. And if it's Black Panthers, I'm not gonna call the NAACP
They're
or
not
them.
behind the
Because them
Palestine
motherfuckers
shit.
ain't gonna do.
You're gonna have to
No,
drop
but
the
she's
Palestine
black.
shit, sister.
But she's black.
But if you want the Panthers to come out for you, you want to drop that.
She gotta have to do. She gotta know because they should come anyway because she's black.
But she's doing it for all the wrong
What
reasons.
is
She's
it?
protesting
So she was protesting. She was
against
protesting.
them.
She was protesting.
Yes.
Then why would she do that? Okay, well, shit, man. Look, I can only stand for you so much. Like you didn't come with other black people, man. You kind of like
you came by yourself. You
targeted yourself in a way.
Big ass target.
But why was like I don't get it. I don't get it.
She was a student at the campus and she was protesting, obviously on behalf of Palestine.
But why you go up front? Like
And
why
both
you do this?
sides
Like why?
turned on her.
Why
Clout
is she like the only
chasing.
black person at the school?
Yeah, watch her video.
No, I seen it, but was she like the only black person at the school?
You saw her. Well, Mrs. predominantly white.
So she was protesting. She just wasn't passing through. She was actually protesting.
You on the next?
She was actually protesting.
She was there, yeah. She was a protester. Yeah, you see her across
You
the
can only
line.
do so much, but
Okay, so look, they got a fence up.
What'd you say to her? What they do?
They got a fence up, buddy.
She's like the only black person
Right when
there.
she's walking up. Do you see anything other than cracker?
No,
cracking
I'm
them?
still amazed he found a fucking Oshkosh Bagosh flag style motherfucking overall set.
What's that?
We're talking about this for her being present. She was locked there.
What is wrong with this situation? Like, she look like the way it looked is that she's only all by herself right there.
Yeah.
There's no other people on that side.
No.
I mean, and that's really.
So when she
fucked up.
crossed the line, they had gates up or whatever, and she crossed the gate
And nobody, you see why we say we don't have no friends or allies. Nobody say, hey man, come back here. You know, there's a lot of white folk over there.
she crossed the barrier, cuz.
Like nobody went to go get her. Like they just left her out there. You see.
She crossed the line, cuz.
There's a whole bunch of so what? So fucking what? But I'm just saying, like, if you these motherfucking white people like to go and wear shit and act like they're supportive, but nobody went to go and get her to be like, hey, come back, man. It's getting a little rough over here. And, we'll all go together here in about a couple minutes. We'll all go over there and just get all of it. Come back. You don't go out there by yourself. I mean, because there's nobody out there
setting her
like
up
us,
for failure with this shit.
So where the allies? Where the motherfuckers that would put on
like
a
who
motherfucking?
put the next question is who put her up to this shit?
What exactly? Like where's the motherfucker? Do you have a fucking friend that's on that level of fucking weirdness? They gotta get They gotta get involved. Why are you involved? You shouldn't get involved. Like that ain't got shit to do with us. But where the motherfucker they said you should come with us to protest? Because that motherfucker complicit in your demise and getting like talked to like that, And why did the media interview that girl? Like they did with when old boy at the with old girl at the Chick-fil-A throwing the panties at Trump. Why didn't they interview that lady? I mean, that was a highly contentious thing right there.
Mm-hmm.
Versus everybody, yeah, Trump. Like, they get all excited. Trump really playing. Fuck that shit. Over fucking chicken sandwiches and God knows what. Right? But chicken sandwiches and shakes.
He wanted 30 chicken sandwiches.
Regardless. It don't even matter what he wanted. Chicken sandwiches and shakes. And everybody was ready to throw their patties at him.
That was horrible.
It's over with. It's like, Trump's the man. Okay, whatever, cuz. But
what
you're
the
not
fuck
even
is
asking
policy,
the right questions.
Like, what the fuck?
Nobody's asking the right black questions. It's like your shit. It didn't even matter.
Well, it shows you the website.
Like, none matter what they're talking about because they're ill-informed.
Yeah, clearly.
You're ill-informed fucking
They watch too many reruns of The
entertainment
Apprentice.
voters. You're entertainment voters. You're only voting for the entertainment, not for the policy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Personality over policy.
Yeah, you're a celebrity voter. That's pretty bad
Yeah,
time.
they're celebrity voters.
Celebrity voter. I'm voting for the celebrity, not the policy. For my people and my betterment, I'm just gonna vote for the celebrity.
Reagan.
And I'm gonna wear my sticker proudly that I took my black ass and went and voted for Trump. You ever get it? Or I took my black ass and went and voted for fucking Biden.
Oh,
but at the same time, you just a celebrity voter at the end of the day, or you stupid.
What did Cuz say? What Cuz
say? He's stupid.
Yeah, black folks do anything for food, sad. That catfish dinner ain't gonna get it with me.
Man,
not gonna get my
you's
vote
a
with
lie.
that. Not with no catfish dinner, no.
Yeah, bad. He like bad for me. Like, you're easy because you
That work on the older generation. I don't work on
I
this.
know you eat anything.
I will.
There's food here. Yeah, there's food there. Yeah,
But that's not gonna get my vote.
I wouldn't give up my vote anyway. Not for no motherfucking Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Hell no.
Yeah, because I could be like, this could be a little more spicier and more fucking waffle fries. For the motherfucking price of this shit, I want two. Like, that one is, we always get the same shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
spicy chicken
deluxe. Soulmate.
Combo,
Sprite. I'll take my little Sprite.
that shit is $22.
$22 for me, yeah, man. I'm ready to go in there, make it myself, and beat everybody and take it and go. Like, $22 my ass. Like, what? That's a lot of motherfucking money for me.
Right.
I
I stay like right next to Chick-fil-A.
Too caught up in
We
the shine.
need to know
Yeah.
we are the
But
celebrities.
when
Yes,
when
that's right.
people brought
And
Trump
use
to the
that
Chick-fil-A,
power.
when they brought up the Chick-fil-A and everybody's like
Yep.
throwing their panties at him, like, damn man, that's what I felt like. I was like, you're not asking the right B1 questions. You fucking up. You're not asking what they're gonna do for black women specifically. You're not gonna ask how they gonna lower this. Like, first of all, like TVA said, we're not really interested in this motherfucking abortion shit you're talking about. That's them.
Right.
We have death during birthing. We need to figure out that part. Why you trying to always give us cesareans?
Yeah.
And overcharging the fucking insurance. Why can't we have regular births? Why are you trying to kill us? Like, why are you gonna let us die? Why you let our babies die? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean?
Because we're at war.
Why are you guys trying to push this this LGBTQ lesbian lifestyle on us? Why are you trying to prevent us from breeding? Like, can we talk about those kind of things? You know, why are you trying to turn our mating situation against us? You know, like with our men and our women, like we can't have functional relationships. Why are you poisoning us so that we are starting to become sterile? Like, and can we really discuss these type of issues? Why we ain't got no fucking kidnapping crime bill where we get kidnapped and stolen off on our block and wind up fucking somewhere else and why the police give up looking for us after fucking a couple hours and our family gotta find us a week or two later in pieces. Why can't it be an act of terrorism? Why are we asking real questions? You know, why can't the black woman finally make more money than a white woman? You know what I mean? Real shit. Why must we go through all this fucking degradation and sexual harassment at work, school, or anything, or not even that? Why we gotta have racism and white supremacy fuck with us every day while we're at school? Let's start with that. Why can't we? Why are we forced to spend our money here because you make it difficult for Black people to have businesses?
All of those are
Why are all our
flooded in
fucking
areas.
streets damaged in our neighborhoods, but you continuously flooding it, and we still are not benefiting from the money because you're still pocketing the money. I don't know how you make it work, but you act like you're doing something for us, but you're really fucking us up. Why don't you talk about that? Why don't you talk about how you won't let us have you won't let us have free lunches and breakfasts at school, but you keep taxing us for it.
And tell us why your lunch number becomes your DLC number.
Yeah.
God forbid you end up going to prison.
Right. Right. At that part, why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell them that that Black people kind of start off with bad credit?
Oh yeah, like Kendrick.
Like
It's
it don't really
reminding
matter.
people
You can't
who runs this rap shit
You just
by
start
destroying
out
everyone's
like
love
that
of
with
Drake. Oh
bad
yeah,
credit.
well, microphone check is gonna put a nail in that coffin.
You know, like why can't you do that?
Shout out to Tariq for the microphone check. It's dropping later on this month.
Oh yeah. You were watching that. Stay on topic, Jay. Yeah. I mean, but I didn't feel like I didn't feel like they were asking the right questions. And then they actually didn't ask no questions when they went down there. So, I mean, I think that's a travesty in itself. And ultimately, what we say the young people are the voters now. I mean, if they're only going to ask the right questions to benefit us, or their generation or their children, as far in regards to reparations and policies and they're so concerned about other countries instead of ours. Do we really want to trust them with reparations? They won't even get no understanding about what the fuck we're doing right, and they just go, slide on over to the white supremacy side of things. Because I mean, that's really where it's going. Like you heard young people in the cultural center, they want studies and shit when regards to motherfucking reparations. Like I dare you, cuz like you don't know to do your own math.
That's all they've been fed.
Like, I'm just saying
you gotta
though.
think about who are their parents.
I don't give a fuck about
Where
that.
they
Like,
getting this
at some
bullshit
point, you
from?
got to take accountability for your own learning.
Well, like we discussed earlier,
No, I can't.
the
I
young
can't even
people
get
are
down with
very
that.
impressionable.
I can't get down
And
with that.
whatever they're being fed, that's what they're
I
gonna
can't get
align
down with
with.
it. I can't get down with it. You know,
That's
I can't
why
get,
the new
I'll
black
tell you why I can't
media.
get down with it, just because I'm self-taught. But when I was in school, I read. I'm a speed reader. I used to get in trouble for reading the book before the end of the class. Like that same day they gave us the book, I was reading the book, and I felt like I didn't have to do any more work for the rest of the year while we do that same book, we study and do courses, right? But I get in trouble for reading ahead. I get in trouble because sometimes I would read and I couldn't understand it because I'm a visual person. Right? I'm like, man, well, it's not making sense to me. You got to draw a little diagram, right? But I was so fucking smart, man. You see what I'm saying? So I'm in charge of my own learning. I was in the system, right? So they might not let me go to school, but god damn it, I know there's still books. You know, I went to that little fucking at Curtis Park at the library. Curtis Park Library. I was still all kind of books because I used to get in trouble for not returning in the system. How often was I gonna be in the same neighborhood? Get in trouble fucking every 2 weeks. They ship me off somewhere. You think so? I can have an education. I'm in charge. Like it's when you take the time to see if you could ditch class. That means you can make a motherfucking educational choice on your own. Like, yeah, I don't think I want to read this history book. It looks like a bunch of bullshit because I heard them say they've been lying to us.
Yeah.
You know, the father said that's his story. You know what I mean? I was like, I wonder what Mama mean by that. And you just go off on your own and start looking shit up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's got to be somebody that could, like kind of veer off. And I mean, come on, dude. How many times we go to school and there's a one or two conscious motherfuckers in school, like super conscious black students in the same grade we in. Everybody like, no, man, they ain't got no friends, but they're so fucking
This
smart.
is before No Child Left Behind.
Yeah, but seriously, and it's just in class, regular class.
But what you're describing is before No Child Left Behind.
Oh my god, like man, I guess I'm not making sense to you. Let's do it this way. I went to 8th grade, me and Keisha, right? And there was like four other black students in the same grade as us. hella conscious,
Yeah.
hella conscious, like beyond conscious, like super Black and I'm proud, like majorly conscious, like medically conscious, okay? And I used to like perusing from the popular table where Rita is at to over there. Why? I don't know why. Just because magnetically I was drawn over there. Why? Because I just like the optics of it all.
Yeah.
And they would just let me sit over there and listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it don't bother nobody to go over there and listen during lunch sometimes. Or when I was running track, because one of them ran track with me. I mean, this is sitting here telling me all kind of shit, which caused me and her to do something else for the school, right? We wanted to learn more.
Yeah.
So we did that. But if we don't know what we know now.
But y'all were driven to do that, though.
Right, because we wanted to learn more, because we were being denied. That was us taking control of our education.
Exactly, but these kids don't have that.
That's lack of drive or something. Like, where's their willpower? Like, do you really trust them to carry the shit forward if they don't even got the willpower to look at the shit?
They know where to look.
I didn't know where to look. I feel cheated.
It's on
I just
us
gravitated
to let
to the
them know
energy.
where to look. We were young like them once too.
Yes, and I grabbed my energy took me over there like a magnet.
You gotta seek it, cause
what I'm saying is my vibration was attracted to that.
And back then, you had people that actually gave a fuck that would be like, "Yeah, you need to learn your own history."
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that no more.
So you mean tell me in this generation of kids going to school, there's no conscious motherfuckers over there?
There is.
Where are they?
They get expelled and suspended. So they're getting transferred to other schools.
I can't go along with this program. I can't. You could like that. It's like say this is a red area. Fucking, there's no such thing.
I mean, it exists, but not to the epic scale that you're trying to make it. You said,
y'all should see the way I'm looking at it. It was so crucial. The way I looked at it right now, I was like, whoa. I'm just playing. I'm not playing.
They're outliers.
I wasn't playing. You should see the way I looked
they
at it right
exist,
now.
but they're outliers.
I'm like, that is a fucking, that right there, if you just heard what you said, is the saddest fucking thing I ever heard in my life. Like, that is the saddest fucking thing I ever heard in my life. And you got, I don't know.
At least in this state, and my experience.
No, I'm talking about in general. We ain't seen nobody do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Even with city council, you see motherfuckers giving out these awards allegedly on black excellence, we do, right? But where is the consciousness? But when you see the consciousness is inclusive, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the students. When they had that fucking behind the back door motherfucking reparations conversation where they try to steal your thoughts, right? And you had students talking about you need to study. And they were not trying to talk about cash-based anything or anything for our reparations. They talk about study, task force study.
Yeah, they said
that's
everything except money. And I was like, what the fuck is this? This ain't reparations?
No, oh man. What I'm saying is, that's the saddest shit ever. If there's no conscious students growing up now. There's no empowered black students coming up in the world, and we don't see them, don't hear about them. They're hidden off in the cut. Like you never even know if they even go to school no more. That's how I feel like. Don't see nobody out there just like majorly empowered. You know, for their people. You know what I mean? And if they are, it's like world star. Like that don't count. You know what I mean? Like I feel like what you're saying is no, and they don't exist no more. And
they exist, but not like they did when we existed, or when we were their age.
I feel like some parents need to be talked to or something. That shit is crazy. Like they're not prepared. You don't even see it anywhere. You don't see no conscious black kids anywhere, right? That means that they're set up. There's a setup for failure here. Like there's a setup for anybody to get shot or go to prison. There's a setup for fucking being disruptive here and going to jail. It's a setup. There's nobody out there just like
they're just aimlessly wandering.
Yeah, just like, hey man, you know, we got man, you know they do stuff to us. it's like sundown. Like we better get in the house. But, you know they're gonna start profiling us. We sitting at the bus stop for fucking longer than 10 minutes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like maybe we should turn down the music because we over here in this part of Aurora, this part of Denver, or we should be just doing this because them motherfuckers are constantly on the ass right here in this area. Like we shouldn't be kicking it at the park after 9 p.m. because all of a sudden we suspicious that we fit the profile. You see what I'm saying? Or man, we can't. We should move this somewhere indoors because these motherfuckers been sitting at the corner for like 35 fucking minutes watching us, watching that, watching us, watching that. You know what I mean?
And these be the same ones that tell you, I'm not my grandparents.
And like, come on, man. Like, I can't fathom. Like, what is they learning at? What is they learning at home? Is anybody even home? Like I'm starting to feel disappointed. Like y'all
The
together.
computer, the tablet, the device is the parent.
That's so sad. That's a sad state
The
of affairs.
TV, the television is the parent.
That's a sad state of affairs.
That's the babysitter.
Well, thoroughly upset now. thoroughly frustrated. I don't know what to tell that girl, that lady. Like, you kind of, I don't want to say she put it on herself, but I don't know what to say. If I feel like it's wrong, but I don't know what to say. There's a something there, you know.
Serious disconnect.
Yeah, like I don't think I would have listened. First of all, where's that friend that brought you there? Why would you go there? Why do you care so much?
Like, who put her up to this? It's like who put? Remember when that?
Like, but seriously, that sister looked like she could find something else to do.
Remember when that sister climbed the Statue of Liberty, guys?
Well, she did get far though. She did. But what happened with them white folk down there? They did. They abandoned her. It was like, no, she's not with us. And she was up there she was getting that shit. She was climbing that shit. She didn't have to pee. She would have made it. She was gone. They're like, no. She don't represent us. So you old fucking traitor. Yes, you do. Claim that broad.
Right.
Like, don't let her sit up there like, no, she ain't with us. We just came to look.
She's out here for y'all feminists.
Oh my God, man. She was over there with her little shoes on, just stuck in between things. Okay, let's go. She was climbing the feet.
Oh my God.
And motherfucking helicopter's like.
So, in closing,
that was
to land
shit.
our plane.
I don't know why you laughing about that. That was a shit, dude. That sister had a pee, huh?
Yeah.
And they were ready to come down.
I'm laughing about it because they abandoned her ass.
Yeah, and
she did all that spectacle.
Yeah,
just to get abandoned.
And they probably challenged her ass. They probably said, "Yeah, you scared? No, I ain't scared because we ain't scared.
I'll do it.
I'll do it." And then
about it.
Well, then she got past that first toe, man. She was like, "Yeah, might as well keep going. Oh fuck, I gotta pee. I'm scared and I gotta pee because of helicopters."
She was a tether too, if I recall.
Don't even matter. Would you take your black ass and climb that shit?
Hell to the no.
Why? Because it's illegal?
No, I just wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it.
If I had the skill set that it wasn't illegal and I wasn't gonna get in trouble, and I wouldn't get in trouble.
I had enough.
I think it'd be
enough time to get into that motherfucker, let alone.
It's a little island.
The climate. You gotta take a ferry over there.
She knew what she'd get into. It's like she used to show like that dude that used to scale the skyscraper buildings with his feet.
Yeah.
That shit was tight. He got far. He got really far. And he was over there filming it the whole way. You can see like in between this wedge like this. He's like, fuck, that's far. That white guy was bold. And I was like, whoa, how far is it gonna go? Out the window and blow him out of this little chasm right here of this fucking building.
That's up there with skydiving. Like Jay Millie. I'm not doing that shit.
Why not?
Because it's stupid. Cause why would you do that?
Why? Because you're scared to jump out of the sky.
Jump out? I'm already in the sky.
Well, check your own parachute, man. You pack your own parachute. Yeah, why don't you pack your own parachute?
If I did, maybe. I don't know. Cause that's just
I don't know. I kind of don't like to be on roller coasters anymore. And I had a real bad issue with heights when I was little. I went all the way to the Capitol, though, the top part. And Ziggy shook me. We got there. After that, it wasn't right. He had to come on and climb up all the stairs and inside like. And we got up there, and the wind was blowing my hair. I'm like, woo. And he was like this, shaking like this. Like I was little, so 2 drops of pee probably came out. I was scared. I'm right.
Statue of Liberty is like easily as tall as the Capitol.
That was pretty fucking tall for me, dude. I don't like the climbing up. I do want to do a couple of things though. If I could, my heart would make it. I don't know. I might get too scared.
They got the indoor skydiving shit though.
Dude, they got all kinds of
that
cool
shit.
Dude, they're expensive.
Yeah, you gotta have money to do those things as well. So moving along.
You done, right?
Oh, we have one more show.
Come on, guys. What is it?
Pastor Shane Vaughn goes off on Katanja Coon-ass Jackson, Brown Jackson. That's the same one that couldn't find a woman, even though she's supposed to be a black woman.
Right. Yes, she's been making the press lately. I'm not really interested. I just want to hurry up and give us
I just want to report on how she's ruling.
What do you call it? The housing, about the housing bill, the county bad thing.
Yeah.
That's all I care about right now.
But you gotta wait a couple more months for that.
Yep, that's all I care about though. Right now, currently, because I feel like that's something that's going to affect me later.
Oh yeah.
It affected me when it was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know why they don't give you credit for that, just
I don't know why they don't give us our credit for a lot of shit, but
like do some type of you on that though.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that was highlighting Jerry, but why don't they give you credit for that? You know? Go ahead.
Well, we give credit where credit's due around here. So Lisa Cabrera is gonna give us the update on outrageous Pastor Shane Vaughn. Sorry, y'all, I keep falling off this goddamn bed. Pastor Shane Vaughn goes off on Supreme Court Justice Ketanji, that's what we call it, Ketanji Brown Jackson. That's the one that couldn't define what a woman was during her confirmation hearing.
Again, it doesn't suit us, family. She's trying to be inclusive.
Back in, what was that, 2022?
I don't know. She was all happy hugging up about Biden.
So she's been on the bench for 2 years now.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to hear what they say though, because I've been seeing her name all over the press. I don't read it because it's probably something stupid. Questions she's going to.
Thank y'all for staying up late. I think this is Jay Millie and Brother Shabazz. That's what's up.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really wasn't going to come live again until I saw this video. And I said, nope, I'm going live again. One thing that I did is told y'all, when it comes down to white pastors, they have a terrible history. First of all of Christianity in this country have a terrible history,
right.
Especially when we can go back to chattel slavery. Mm-hmm. Number 2, white pastors also had slaves.
Yep.
White pastors also encouraged their white congregation to treat us like crap, and it was okay to do so. White pastors also participated in lynchings.
Mm-hmm.
So they got a horrible history.
Yep.
And it probably explains why to this day I can't listen to them.
Right.
I just can't. I couldn't even do it when I was younger, y'all. And that's the truth. I couldn't listen to them younger either.
Nope.
Because even as a child, I knew what the history was.
Exactly.
And I knew something wasn't right about this whole thing.
Same here.
It wasn't until I came into the truth, everything started making sense. You start piecing things together, and then you really get it. Look, these white pastors were in clans and doing all kinds of, don't believe for one moment when our forefathers' doors would get kicked in and they would get snatched out of the bed.
Yeah.
You could best believe these pastors, they were full participants in that. They were. They weren't just clergy. They were way more than that, especially during chattel slavery. Thank you, Mariah Morgan, for the super sticker. All right. So I'm going to show you something that I came across. I just happened to be on TikTok and this showed up and I just clicked on it and I'm just going to let you hear the rest. All right. Let me just get this up on the screen.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's that won't be implemented.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay,
All right. 1 second.
The band?
Yeah, I'm just stretching it out.
Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Bottom is Katanji.
Thank you, dark skinned brother, for the super chat. YouTube just tried to stop me from sending a super chat. I'm not surprised, dark skinned brother. They gotta try much harder. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all the ones. Okay, well, y'all, fair use. All right, here we go.
Let's go.
Anyone that knows me personally knows there's not a racist bone in my body. See, the problem is Jumanji Jungle, Judge Jumanji Jungle lips. The problem with it is this, because what's coming out of her lips is monkey sense, not common sense. It's jungle monkey sense pouring out of your liberal lips, and you are a curse to this nation. You are a rodent in our republic. Your mindset is messed up. It is the enemy of the people. Disrobe yourself because you have dishonored yourself. There's Jumanji. There's Judge Jumanji Jungle, monkey lips pouring out monkey mess in the republic.
3 weeks later.
Anyone that knows me personally knows there's not a racist bone in my body. But a lot of people don't know me personally, do they? So they go by what I say. And if you're just going by what I said that night, you have every right to be offended. That was unacceptable. And I'm asking every one of you to forgive me if you can find it in your heart to do so.
Don't find it in my heart.
And thank you for letting me learn from this experience. And I will learn from this experience. I will try to be more careful with my speech. And there's no excuse. I'm not going to try to excuse anything.
I'm not trying to excuse it.
But I do regret those words. And I will be much more careful in the future. I apologize. I still think she's a dummy. I still think she talks monkey talk. I still think she talks monkey talk. I still think that she's ignorant, dumb, and should not be wearing a robe and should be living in the jungle as Judge Jumanji. Okay? But her physical appearance, off limits.
Wow. You heard that, right? Now, first of all, let me just say this. Don't let them folks gaslight you.
Exactly.
Okay, because what they'll do is come around and say, you're just as bad as him. No, you're not. You posting a video does not make you just as bad as somebody that turned on a laptop, turned their camera on, sat down, and recorded a racist rant. Hell no, you are not the same as them. What it is they don't like being exposed.
Exactly.
So then they try to flip it on you, try to gaslight us.
They don't really give a fuck anyways.
And make it seem like you're just as bad as what he said. That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie. Don't fall out over them trying to use that Jedi mind trick on us, because that's all that is.
That's all it is.
They don't like being exposed, so they try to flip it back on you. Don't fall for that mess.
Projecting.
This man is responsible because he is a grown-up. He is 100% responsible for what comes out of his mouth. I'm not responsible for it. You're not responsible for it. He didn't have to turn on the camera and say what he said.
Yeah.
So if anybody takes the full brunt of it, it's him.
Well, obviously.
And not anyone else.
She didn't respond to it, right?
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is their clergy. This is them folks' clergy. That's what he is.
Yep.
I mean, that's how he honestly feels.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is the clergy. They go to church and sit down and they listen to this man. He's no different than his forefathers standing in the pulpit.
I mean, they could do it
during chattel slavery. He's no different from them.
For a long time.
Now, what did Ketanji Brown Jackson do to him?
They would never.
I bet you she don't even know who this man is.
Right. She probably has better things to do. Like
she's a blackface and a high seat.
And you don't have to do anything to them folks to set them off. You don't have to do a damn thing to them. Dark-skinned brother, thank you for the super chat. Get him, Lisa, my warrior sister. It went by kind of fast. And Truth, you're speaking. Mm-hmm. So, thank you once again.
Slander case.
For that super chat.
Lawsuit,
but y'all, you see what I'm saying here? Oh no, he had nothing to say about Clarence Thomas. Just the only black woman that's there. Nothing about the Latino woman or the other white women that are there. Well, they're perfectly fine. It's just this black woman he got a problem with. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Ketanji Brown Jackson is not my favorite. In fact, she is just really a female version of Clarence Thomas at the end of the day. But I know damn well she didn't do nothing to this dude.
This is just doing what white supremacy does.
Do you know? I know she didn't do nothing to him. Now, who is Pastor Shane Vaughn? Well, I was able to find out where his ministries are. So let me put that up on the screen.
Yeah, please do.
He is part of an organization called First Harvest Ministries, and that's his address, 235 Old Spanish Trail in Waveland, Mississippi, of all places, right? So are we shocked? A white pastor, Christian, quote unquote Christian pastor out of Mississippi. So that's who he is. I was able to find him online.
It's him on the screen.
Because I was like, what church is this dude
Oh,
out of?
He is. Oh my God.
The teaching.
First Harvest Ministries. That's where he's out of.
Kingdom of God.
And this is the kind of crap he's putting on social media.
Yeah, this is all codified right there.
Who that sound like? Joe Gibson.
He calls himself a MAGA pastor. That should say it all right there, y'all.
Oh my God.
A MAGA pastor. So he's very much for Donald Trump. That's why I'm saying to my brothers and sisters, once again, is it really worth voting side by side with a person like this? Is that really worth it?
No.
I mean, you really gotta dig deep in.
You vote for Donald Trump, you're voting along with this dude right here.
Those 4 years were not as pleasant as everybody likes to say.
I'm just saying.
Think, but it just doesn't.
You know, that's why many of our people are choosing the couch.
The price of shit was a lot less.
Yeah, that. Yeah, but I mean, shit shouldn't be so fucking expensive, regardless. Especially when like we've been out of COVID for a while. Like,
yeah, this dude is a trip.
No, but it didn't.
But this is their finest pastors, y'all.
And
This is their pastors.
A lot of things are fucking.
You know, and if you go online and pull up his pictures, there's pictures of him with the whole congregation sitting right there listening to him.
No food. There's like no nothing.
The whole congregation.
Yeah. What the fuck is that about?
Now, I never heard of this dude until today.
You know, like we're not.
This is the first time I ever heard of him. Some of the other pastors I think I vaguely heard of, but this dude, no, this is the first time I heard of him. These people are a trip.
Like in the midst of it.
They are a trip.
I would just like.
But yeah, don't let them try to flip this on us. When they try to do that in the comment section, I want my monitors, my moderators to get rid of them. I want you to get rid of their comment and get rid of them.
Yep, get them trolls out of here. Get them Joe Gibson types out.
This is just a nemesis for experience and
He represents the idea.
Yeah, so
theology.
he's a Mississippi pastor. Enough said.
If you get rid of your toy, your play that you toy with, whoever you're gonna toy with.
Well, yeah, you know. But no matter how you feel about Ketanji Brown Jackson, I'm positive she didn't do nothing to this dude right here, where she deserved to be dragged. But, you know, nobody else on there needs to be dragged, you know, just her. Whatever. Whatever. If anything, you don't really hear much about things she say, you know, once in a blue moon, but it's not that often that you even hear any of her comments come out of the Supreme Court. You don't really hear much of her saying too much of anything. I mean, I'm sure she does there every day, but as far as information coming out to the public, you don't really hear much, nor do you hear much on the other justices that are sitting there. You don't hear a lot of news about them either. But this is America, y'all.
This is America.
This is America.
The Triple K.
And, you know, and this is what they call their patriots right here. Well, yeah, you know, first of all, I don't believe politics and religion should mix, but being that I'm no longer in their religious institutions, I don't really, you know, care much about that anymore, because I'm not sitting there and enduring that mess.
Hell no.
But back in the day when I was in church, I remember the pastor endorsing, like, especially the local candidates that were running.
Yeah.
And yeah, white people came to the church when they were campaigning. I remember seeing that too.
Yeah.
But now that I have not been in the church, you know, I don't care what they mix together. I'm not there to endure it anymore. So have at it. I don't care.
Yeah, I feel you on that, Lisa.
Well, yeah, only Pamela's way. I agree with that too. You know, yeah, she should be able to define what a woman is because she's a woman. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But in the same token, she did not deserve to be called monkeys and stupid and all that stuff by this dude.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, like, yeah, it's like, also,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that he was talking bad about her.
Oh, you know what, Lotus Flower, they did more than just stand there. They were full participants in the torture.
Yeah.
If you go look at the history, these white pastors were full participants in the torture.
They would have lynchings right right after service.
And yes, they would let church out, and they would be right on the back of those pickup trucks on their way to a lynching. They were full participants in the whole thing. Not only just the pastor, but the pastor's family, his wife and children too. So don't believe that because they were Christians that they separated themselves from that. They didn't separate themselves from crap. They were full 100% participants in the whole thing and didn't feel they were doing anything wrong.
Nope.
Just like he sat and made this video and didn't feel he did anything wrong. And you can tell he wasn't sorry when he went into "I'm sorry, maybe I can learn," and then he went right back to ranting on her again. He ain't sorry about nothing.
He's just sorry he got caught.
I don't think he was even sorry about that.
They put the spotlight on him.
No, I think he was just fucking around, like I'm just like I was forced to say it. So let me do it.
Well, I got some other things coming out tomorrow that's going to upset you even more. Just upset you.
Just fucking around. Toying with everybody.
I thought about doing something on a video, but I think I'm going to go live with it tomorrow. And I'll get that scheduled after I'm done with this live stream. And I got something that's going to send you even more over the edge than this video. But these people are a trip, for real.
All off in the distance.
I'm just not shocked by anything that I see anymore. This probably would have been shocking to me 20 years ago, but today, hell no. Not shocking to me at all. Oh no, I'm not going to give this one away. I got to have, when I post it, you'll get the general idea. Let's just put it that way. And you'll have the idea, and I'll just give you the details on it when we go live tomorrow. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate our time together, and we'll do this again probably like around 11:30 tomorrow morning.
Yep. And we're going to do this again probably about 11 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. So yeah, thank y'all for staying up late with us.
Thank you guys.
This damn pastor though, oh my god.
It looks like an ass.
The audacity. So thank y'all for tuning in. Unless you have something else to say about this.
Nope. Thank you, family. For watching tonight. Those had some really interesting, good topics. And I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that either. I don't really care for the league, but I don't like that either. I think that's like they don't like us coming for them. And it's about to get real, here in the next few months. They're not really having it, so they gotta have some better sense. I mean, there's already white representatives getting called racist in seats. So it's bound to get more disruptive.
Civil war.
Everybody have a good evening or good morning. Actually, excuse me, I caught myself. Have a good morning, and guess we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, we will see y'all tomorrow.
Tomorrow's also City Council Day too.
Monday. May 6th. Yeah, we didn't do nothing for Cinco de Mayo. All right, y'all. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms for Online Black News, The Revolutionary Agenda, and of course Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And join us Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central, and 9 p.m. in the East. So, nobody else has anything else?
Stay black, stay dangerous, see you tomorrow. Yeah. Or see you later on today. Later on today. Apologize. See you later on today. And hopefully we'll have some more good stuff to talk about.
Oh, we're going on the migrants still. Whatever are the topics for today. So we'll see y'all then.
Yep. See y'all
So
tomorrow.
peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. Appreciate everybody that tapped in with Cracking TV with Jay Militant. You know, you're always welcome here, cuz. Brother Shabazz, appreciate you tapping in.
Definitely appreciate you. Yeah.
Appreciate you, Matt 285 as well.
Yep.
And of course our brother Chef Rob. Oh, Mungo Slide through.
Yep.
That was great. He wants to salute to him. And I think that's everybody.
That's it for now.
Unsab.
Unsab, yeah. I would just dropping shit like left and right up. Yep. See y'all tomorrow, or see y'all later on today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a good morning and a productive day, I guess. Yeah. Stay blessed, stay favored.
Have a great week, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment. We'll see y'all tomorrow or later on today. Peace.